Hello. uh, Good afternoon, Sinkers. Happy Uripi Yoroshiku-ne. I can't remember what he says. I just finished watching part 2 a couple of days ago. I was supposed to say Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. You'll have to. Well, you don't have to forgive me, but I apologize. I just pulled myself up for a nap, and I will be completely honest with you. It was very difficult to get up. It's been a busy morning for me. A little bit stressful too. But considering I'm not gonna be here next week, I decided to grow up and we'll push for stream anyway, so hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me in the ass. But I hope that you guys are doing well. It is Wednesday, halfway through the week. Hope that the week is going well enough. No, Ghost, you're not staying there. You're banned from laying there while I'm streaming now. Oh dear. So just give me like probably an hour and maybe I'll have perked up. Monday too? No, it is Wednesday, but what a Wednesday it has been. Hopefully you guys have been well. It is, I do have to say it is a lot cooler today. It is nowhere near the temperatures of Satan's asshole anymore. Thank God for that. For now, I haven't looked at the forecast for the rest of whenever. Oh my God. There we go. Let's see. Actually, forecast for the rest of the week. What's the Met Office saying? Go Mets! It's not the worst, honestly. Like, looking at these temperatures, why is the humidity is not going down at all, by the way? In fact, it's going up. What the fuck do you mean? On fucking Saturday, we're gonna have 90%. Next Monday, 92% humidity? No! Where is this humidity coming from? God fucking damn it, bro. Well, at least the temperature is staying pretty consistent. I would have, if this was me like last week, I'd have looked at these temperatures that are here. It's like it's between 17 and 20 degrees, and I'd have been like, you know, ew, gross, disgusting. But after the past like 2 or 3 days temperatures that we've had, I'm fine with this. You know, this is okay with me. This is we're okay with this. Where I'm not gonna complain too hard about it. It's still gonna be fucking shitty, but whatever. I hope the weather is you know, much nicer wherever you guys are. Oh my God. I can't be bothered with the sun. Anyway, plans for today, as far as I'm aware, it is Wife Wednesday. We'll probably be doing something with Autumn later, unless she messages me otherwise and says no. For whatever reason. She's not feeling it. She doesn't want to. She's busy. Whatever reason, is fine with me, so I don't know what we're gonna do. Probably some Baldur's Gate, unless she wants to play something else. We will, once again, we'll see. as for what we're gonna do up until then, your guys' guess is as good as any, because I don't know what we're feeling like right now. Maybe we could chill on something for a bit. I don't know if I'm feeling up for some Pokemon, especially if it's gonna be a longer stream today. Oh dear. Anyway, I will get the hellos out of the way and we can figure something out, I suppose. But now it feels like many years ago. I love this song. And I will be with you every step. You didn't know, this song was by the guy, well, it's for How to Train Your Dragon, but it's by the Eurovision winner, Alexander Rybak. Pretty cool. Okay. So, hello clarinets, congratulations on being voiced. Hello Ray, hello Pancake, hello Damien, hello Sucumbio, hello Jer. Clarinets, thank you for the 200 stream streak. Hello Sandwich. Hello Strix, hello Beaker, thank you for the like. Hello Jaikon, hello Thorogram. Jaikon, thank you for the 120 stream streak. Hello Winter, hello Daniel. I hope the yous are doing okay. I probably mentioned it before, but Thursday this week, we're not gonna be doing anything with Phantomy like we usually do. Phantomy has had his knee surgery. Remember, it's not actual. I don't know what surgery it is for, nor is it any of my business or any of your guys' business to know. But we keep calling it knee surgery because the meme is funny, okay? But Phantomy had his knee surgery and is resting and recuperating, and so the next time we'll probably see Phantomy, if all is well with him, is he'll probably be with us on not this Saturday, the next Saturday when we do the event. Probably joining in for some of that repo. We'll see. Your system is still down? Okay, have you at least been able to have like a word with your superiors on the expectations of the work that you're gonna be able to get done? Hello, Yuki. Oh no, you have to make it up on Saturday, right? Fantastic. Even though it's not your fault. Don't you love that? Wow. Crazy. Dude, yesterday I was scrolling the GCSE Reddit, and what a funny fucking bunch of posts, honestly to God. Very funny. I can listen to 50 calls in 3 days. Better than that too. That doesn't mean you should have to. The fault is outside of your, you know, your faults or whatever. Ugh. Hello Ray, how's it going? Hello Jerby, how you doing? I don't know, what do we feel like doing? If we're not feeling like having a yap, I could just get straight into something like Sky or something. My boss is pretty flexible. If some bled into the next month, I think it'd be fine, but I don't think that'll be an issue. You're a trooper. You're a trooper, Winter. And your company don't deserve you. And neither does Daniel. So don't try and poach him. I saw some problems with Scab. Apparently, some people are receiving, AI-generated pieces of work from their Scab, which is crazy to me, honestly. I stopped using Scab because I got tired of putting in a request, and then so what Scab do is Scab immediately take the money from you. So putting in a request and then waiting up to 3 months, and then they reject it, and then it's like, well, great, thanks, appreciate that, amazing, wow, I'm so happy that this happened. Other than that, the nap was rough. It honestly, I shouldn't have taken it. I should have taken it, or I should have just committed to our full sleep. I heard Winter he would somehow find a mine left over from the World War II munition depot we had on the farm. Nah. There's no way. You have all those cows on that field all the time. There's no way that if anything was to find and trip a old mine, it would be Winter, right? That we would have no Winter. We could probably put him back together again. Like Humpty Dumpty, you know? My sickness unto you. In that case, I'm coming over. Oh god. Ugh. Take a nap during the day, I just not want to wake up. Sometimes you will occasionally hit a sweet spot. And you'll wake up feeling incredibly refreshed and better for it. Well, actually, usually when you initially wake up from a nap, I feel no one ever wakes up from a nap feeling amazing instantly, but a little bit later on, it's just a bit, you know, like, okay, that nap really did do something for me. It took a little bit of time to kind of show it, but yeah, I feel much better. I ain't feeling that. I'm still feeling pretty rough, honestly, but that's okay. I made the decision to be here, and now I am everybody else's problem. Or those that want me, I suppose. If I take a nap during the day, I'll be up all night. Really? I suppose it depends for me, really. But I get that. It depends how close it is until you're supposed to go to bed. If you're sick, God, taking a nap when you're sick can either, once again, be the worst thing or the best thing ever. Sometimes you'll wake up and you'll immediately be like, wow, I feel so much better. But if you wake up and you're not feeling better, you're feeling much, much, much worse. Oh my God. Well, lasted for 24 hours. That's not so bad then. Usually, when you get sick, it's about 2 weeks until you're usually feeling like back to completely normal. But some, you know, they always say, you know what's really funny to me is that I remember specifically in high school and primary school, my parents were sent a letter that basically was just, you know, if your child is sick, you have to wait until 48 hours after their symptoms have gone. You know, basically after they get better or feel better until you can send them back to school. But then you would get fucking flamed. If you did that, which is crazy to me. You get fucking punished if your attendance was cack-a-doo-doo. Hell, if your attendance wasn't 100%, you would essentially get punished, so... I don't know. Made to feel extremely bad. I never got that, I never understood that. Me to my knees, so as the fire burns and the tables turn. Hoi! Hoi! Hello, Rhina, how's it going? There's no winning there? I know there isn't. I guess they wanted to, you know, practice professionalism and a little bit of resilience and whatnot. But I think it's a lot more harmful to be, you know, if you're gonna, look, imagine you're getting a little sick and you need to take like a day or two off just until you're feeling better. I feel like that's much better than working through that, potentially making yourself much worse, and then actually having to take a week off instead. Plus whatever it is for appointments and medication and whatnot. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a crack in the wall, right? There's a little crack in the wall. Or no, I think the best thing, it would need to be something that's being actively used a bit more. Like a crack in your car window, right? There's a crack in your windshield, right? And usually, if you are able to call out, my stepdad used to work for, specifically on, like, windscreen repairs. He works for Autoglass. He doesn't specifically do that stuff now, but he used to do a lot of that stuff, a lot of windscreen repairs and stuff. If you call someone out on the day that it happens, they usually pop that gel in it, and the crack magically disappears, and it's all good. But, you know, you let that crack fucking fester, and as you're using the car more and more, and it's gonna get bigger, and the problem's gonna get worse, it's gonna be more expensive to fix, it's gonna need more than just a little gel coverage. You're probably gonna need a full-on, like, fucking, you know, replacement and stuff like that. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? I think that school promoting the idea of just work through it and potentially making things worse is such a bad idea. I'm lucky, thank you for asking, Rhino. Thanks for self-cat check, Ray. And hello, Foggy, thank you for the like. Okay, thank you for the 60 streak, and hello, Guns, how's it going? You get sickly for a reason, exactly. Yeah. Take a few days or risk a week, yeah. I think it's just gonna be a bigger problem. Plus, now, I'm not to shit-talk anyone's credibility or whatnot, but I'm gonna go out on a whim and say that the work that you are doing during those days of being sick, instead of just taking those few days off. Look, when we're sick, we make more mistakes, or we overlook some things that we wouldn't usually overlook, because our body is not, you know, 100%, our brain is not 100%. So chances are is that you're gonna not be working up to your best, you know? So I've never understood why a company wouldn't want that. Even worse, if you work in the food and catering industry, by the way. I remember that I had to work with laryngitis, which is a throat infection, when I was at KFC, because they wouldn't let me take the day off, or the days off, or like, because basically the way it works is, if you don't get your shifts covered, you have to come in, basically. Everyone was laughing at me because I'd lost my voice completely as well. So I couldn't even, I was usually a cashier, you know? Couldn't even do that because I lost my voice, so yeah. Isn't getting shifts covered the manager's job? I know, right? The whole premise of being a manager at KFC, and both of them that I worked, was just that you got to sack it off in the office. You got to stand there, which is crazy because in my head, a manager's job is and the reason for this, because like usually when you become a manager, at least in again the context of KFC is the only one I can describe it in because it's the way I know it works. You have to pass basically on every single station. You have to be able to do every single station because you're supposed to, you know first of all, okay, what is the the standard, the requirements, the proper way to do things so you can teach other people, but secondly, so you can cover for people as well yourself if need be. If your cook needs to go for a break and you haven't got anyone to cover for them, you're going to be the one covering for them. Sides have to go for, you're going to be the one covering for them. But that's not the way that the managers treated it at all. So God forbid you ask them to do anything like that too. Sadly. Asking a manager to manage. How dare you? Oh dear. Oh, I saw ability augments are coming to Era Mayhem. That's gonna be fun.
Hi!
Hello, Schumann. How's it going? Alright, let's see. What do we feel like doing? Do some Sky stuff, do some Overwatch again. I don't know why I've been so fucking addicted to that game lately. I'm not even good at it. If I was good at it, I'd understand, but... You know, I don't know. Let me switch over. Let's see. I've been playing a few puzzle games in my spare time. I played Storyteller. Storyteller was a lot of fun. There's a lot of games that I had bookmarked that I was saving for stream, but I decided, you know what, I want something to play. I don't want every puzzle game to just be immediate stream game. So I started playing some. It's a little treat. And I've been playing Is This Seat Taken? Which is a lot of fun. It's these are like you have situations where you have to arrange a bunch of characters on like a bus or a cinema or something, and they all have different requirements and whatnot of where they can be sat specifically, if they want like a window seat, an aisle seat, if they want to be next to someone who's noisy or wants to talk to someone or doesn't want to be near any kids, etc, etc. So, which I really like those kinds of they're like Sudoku likes, you know? They're like Sudoku games in my head, because yeah, they've got to be somewhere similar to the Pokemon game, the Voltorb game that we played for a bit in the Nuzlocke. Let's see. Did my shop refresh yet? Hello, Hannah. Thank you for the 155 stream streak. How's it going? Makes you think more analytically? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Keeps the brain healthy. I have a bunch of I think I've mentioned this before. I have a bunch of, well, it's an app. It's like a gabillion offline games on my phone, which is basically a series of puzzle games. Some of them are literally like the puzzles from fucking Mystery Case Files, which is really funny. So, yeah. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Hope it's cool over there today. Working the concrete crew. You ever want to eat concrete? I do. I don't have pica, but some things just look really good to eat, you know? Hello, Art. How's it going? Balatro, isn't that just like a poker roguelike? I don't know how to play poker. Although, I had a lot of people say to me, you don't actually need to know how to play poker to play Balatro, so... It's nice and kind of chunky. Yeah, it looks like it would make a really good porridge, you know? Concrete porridge. Father, I appreciate the time here. Unfortunately, I must bid farewell. Why are you melting? Is it warm? It's too hot. I will melt and die. I can't relate. It's a lot cooler. Well, it's not a lot cooler here today. It's still quite warm, but it is much more bearable than it has been the past couple of days. It's like it was put into perspective for me. Like, hey, if you don't behave yourself, this is how hot we can just make it this hot all the time. So we're gonna turn it down a wee bit. And now I'm like, okay, this is fine. Whereas if we just started out with this weather, instead of going straight to fucking Satan's butt cheeks, you know, I think I would be complaining a lot more. I'd be like, oh my god, this is horrible, you know. Like, finally, I fucking hate the heat. I mean, I feel much more sorry for Art. Art lives in a, you know, in a country where, if you think of where would people vacation to go where it's sunny, and it's probably in like top 5 at least, you know. Grow up, it's hot here too and I'm working. No, I will complain. And I will enjoy complaining. Everyone has different tolerances. And I'm very intolerant to the heat. And we've done this, like, I'm pretty sure the past 3 years. And I will continue to do it for the rest of my life. Playing a lot of board games gives a similar feel. Like it's a puzzle to solve to see how you can win. I suppose it's right, yeah. Yeah. But the thing is with board games or anything that involves another group of players, sometimes your goal, the winning goal isn't, you know, finding the solution. Sometimes rage baiting your friends is what makes you win. Heat this. I'm okay. I'm just really fucking tired today, but I'm okay. It's been quite busy. But it's you know, something that's for the best. The apartment is really close to the shopping mall. It reflects it all here. I can't imagine if it's like a big shopping like center too. There's gonna be a lot of people and a lot of bodies and shit. Board games are fun until I'm the one that designated to read or learn rules and teach it to everyone. That's usually not so bad. It just depends on the game though. Like because I'm just thinking there are a bunch of like board games that I played as a kid that it seems that everyone had, you know, different rules for. I know this isn't exactly a board game. The first one that comes to mind is Uno though. Definitely. Uno. A lot of different rules for Uno that everyone has depending on who is playing. But yeah, if you are just sat working at your desk a lot, honestly, if you don't want to invest in something a bit more whole roomy, the desk fan is a lifesaver. playing the player is very much part of the puzzle in some games. Like, sometimes you just like rage baiting the fuck out your friends. That's just how it be sometimes. Or a lot of the time with me. Desk fan do be a nice call. I got this one that was pretty... I don't want to say pretty cheap. I still think for the desk fan that it is, I still think it's a little bit pricey, but I don't know how expensive desk fans should be. But this one's like £20. It's got 3 different speed settings. It's not the loudest. It just plugs into my computer, so I'm pretty happy with it. I just made sure to read a bunch of reviews before I got it, and turns out it's like, oh, this one is really good. Hello Normanton, how's it going? I accidentally said of course and sure at the same time, and it came out of sure. So I do this shit so often, it's crazy. Mixing up 2 words. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's borderline like dangerous. So positive affirmation, I did a really good job today. Hal loves the heat, I'm sure. Even will not like the summer here when it arrives. Ghost is like, hi. Taking it pretty well too. I know he's a lot fluffier. He's due a bath soon, so yeah. I let myself boil before I have a fan blowing on me. I can't stand air movement. Oh, that's fair enough. It's very helpful for me to have this nice breeze here. It's not necessarily the coldest breeze, but it is a breeze, and it helps keep it helps keep me from sweating. I suppose it is the worst. Board games is not the worst, but when it comes to card games, because like with board games it's very physical, you have a lot of pieces that you can just pick up and explain and show, so there's a lot of object permanence involved, whereas with card games, when you usually just have a deck of cards and that's it, and then a bunch of rules, it can get quite overwhelming for people. So like there was a card game that I used to play. I can't remember how you even play it anymore. I should probably Google it, but it was literally called Shithead. And the aim of the game was to just not lose. That was the aim of the game. Not to win, but not to lose. Not to win, but to not lose. It's a lot of fun. But explaining the rules to someone was... I remember it being a bit like, ugh, you know. There's a lot of word vomit. Toasty ghosty. Don't know how the black cats just like to toast in the heat. Yeah, especially because I'm assuming their fur is very absorbent of it all. Like canasta? I've never heard of that one. I'm the last person that should be explaining rules. I am very yappery when it comes to explaining. I'm not very concise. Nor will it take away the pain. Ghost like head kisses. She tolerates them, if that means anything. Since I've had him since, you know, as he was a kitten, I've managed to desensitize him to a lot of things, which is very important for your pets, because you never know when, you know, a vet is going to have to take a look at something on their head or something on their paws, and if you don't desensitize to them being touched, then can be quite problematic and difficult. Also with Magic the Gathering, sure you have keywords, but there are so many cards with different niche rules. It's very much read what it says, but you gotta not interpret things in your own way at all. Just read it as it is, but apparently that's difficult. I see. I see. Oh, I do get headbutts from Ghost. Ghost will sometimes, especially around feeding time. That little fucking shit has the strength of the biggest character in Baki. With the amount of times I swear he's almost broken my nose. It's a problem with our dog. We didn't get him when he was young. Yeah. This was why it was important for me to get a kitten over an older cat, because I knew for a fact that I wouldn't be able to provide for a cat that had specific needs already, and for a cat that couldn't be handled in a way that I would assume it needed to be handled. It was much easier to teach the good habits and whatnot. And even then, there's still things I could have done a better job at. As I said, he's not a big fan of the hairdryer. The feeling of he doesn't like his fur being like blown, because he doesn't like the fan either. And it's not because of the noise, because on the first and second settings you can't even hear it. On the third one it's much louder, but you know. Hello Temmie, thank you for the 185 stream streak. How's it going? Grains. I see, thank you for that. Chewing the earpiece in my glasses. Ghost used to be a wire chewer. I tried to nip that in the bud as soon as possible. Right now his things is he likes baubles. He likes playing with the baubles, like my hair ties. I'm not sure why. He's got a bunch of like those springs, the little colorful coils. Apparently cats love to fucking push under sofas and stuff. He's got like a bunch of felt balls as well, and all his other enrichment. I need to charge his fish up. He really likes his fish. He likes making it move by like, he grabs it in his mouth, flips it up in the air, and he'll just sit there and watch it flop. He's lost his herring. Oh, that's rough. Ghost has never been a food stealer. He likes licking plates, but he's never been a food stealer. However, he does love salad cream. I don't know why he likes salad cream. He loves salad cream, but the thing is he can't have salad cream because salad cream has vinegar in it, and vinegar is not good for cats. Got some shoelaces and RC car for the cats recently. My goal is to get them to change the lace on the car. Remember, always supervise any kind of string play whatsoever when it comes to cats. For some reason, they have the innate need to gobble it up, and that is a digestive system nightmare. This guy, he had on his cat tower, at the top of his cat tower, there were 3 like kind of sticks that stick out, and they all had like a dangly little like fish thing on them. He chewed them all off. I had to throw them away because he chewed them all off. Those fucking idiots will hang themselves with the lace if I leave them with it. Yeah, it's they're not very very smart sometimes. Also a good idea to not have blinds when you have cats too. They can get caught up on the strings very easily. At my parents' place, they have curtains and they have blinds. They have the blinds and then they have the curtains. And all it took was Ghost hopping up on the window, and he was already tangled. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? So I don't think Ghost has ever really tried going for cheese. I don't know if I would feed him even a little bit of cheese because I don't want to deal with whatever that's going to do to his stomach. Since pretty much the majority of cats are lactose intolerant. And I would have to clean that up. And I don't feel like cleaning that up. Everything just to find you. To live, to breathe, to take it, no will be. That was definitely in tune, and your ears were lying to you. I don't know, I did a lot of research before I got Ghost because I wanted to make sure that I was doing right by him and teach him lots of good manners and habits. He is as much as sometimes I'm like, Ghost, he's a very well-behaved cat. He's a very well-behaved cat. I have recently had to keep portioning his food out a little bit slower, though, because he does eat it too fast. So there's that. He gets 2 scoops in the morning, in the afternoon, and then the evening. Right now, I've been having to give him 1 scoop at a time. Because he just... I don't know his problem. Acts like he's never eaten before all of a sudden when, in fact, he has. Hello, Joshi. How's it going? Hello, Fishy. How's it going? Heat migraine time? Try not having those. Can I tell you something that's very undervalued when it comes to heat management is eating ice. Now, I can't chew ice, like I can't crunch ice. I can't eat it like, you know, as if like put some ice cubes in a bowl of cereal and just because my teeth are a little too sensitive for that, but you know. It helped me a lot last year. Last year was so fucking hot. Oh, I do have ice cream, and I have emergency ice cream in the freezer too. Those are only to be eaten, not to satiate hunger or cravings, but in case I'm feeling fucking like bleh. Wait for your dinner to cook? What are you having for dinner? You know how I said I wasn't cooking yesterday? I lied, by the way. I put a pre-made meal in the microwave, and I had a korma. That's some microwave food. Hell, it's not very healthy. You should just cook your own food. Look, I was too tired. That's what it's there for when I'm too tired and I need to eat something. Chicken and vegetable pie. I love chicken pie. Chicken, vegetable, and gravy pie. Mind you, not chicken and mushroom, because mushrooms suck. But chicken, vegetable, gravy pie is... I haven't had it in so long. Mainly because they don't do pies in servings for one person. Now, let me reiterate this in a way. They don't do pies in a calorific serving for one person. I mean, you could eat an entire pie. I could definitely eat an entire pie, but... you know, it's not very healthy for me to just fucking gob an entire pie.
Hello, Zelksprichtens.
Hello, Lychee. Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 33 months. Thank you so much. How's it going? There's not mushroom in your soul for mushrooms. I despise them. They taste like shit. It's another one of the foods where I really tried my best to like it. Exactly like raisins. I tried to like raisins. I tried to like custard. Tried to like mushrooms. I just fucking can't eat them. They are... You know what's really weird? Even raisins don't do this to me. A raisin I can eat. I really won't enjoy it, but I can still eat it. Mushrooms I cannot eat because I will gip. I will fucking retch. They fucking give me a very physical reaction. Hello Longo, how's it going? Chicken pot? Checkmate, bucko. Chicken pot? Like what, weed? Chicken weed? What are you talking about? Yeah, it's not as bad as yesterday. You don't really need to try to like anything. Everything can be changed. I know, but still, it was. Suppose I had we had a wee talk about this a few streams ago about being picky eaters, and my reasoning was because my mum wasn't the best of cooks growing up. So there's a lot of things I'm still discovering that actually taste really good, and I'm just trying to apply that to everything. Mushrooms are not one of them. Mac and cheese and potato waffles. Fungus phobic. Bacon mushroom pizza. Yeah, I wouldn't eat that. I'm not a big fan of bacon. Bacon's another one I could probably eat if it's crispy, but I'm just not a big fan. Chicken pot pie. Chicken pot pie. Chicken weed pie. Chicken weed? What kind of weed are you smoking? Well, pot over here is a synonym for fucking weed. What's the difference between a chicken pie and a chicken pot pie? Oh, you know what's funny? When I googled it, that's the first question that comes up on there. People also ask. The main difference lies in the... Oh, this is the AI overview. Oh, it only has a top crust. Why? That's not really a pie then, is it? Jelly? I like, sweet jelly. Like, you know, like Jello jelly. I don't like fucking meat jelly. That shit makes me kind of... What kind of mushrooms did you try? I'm not sure the names of the mushrooms I have tried. Pot is something you cook in. I'm crying. I love mashed potatoes. Sacrificed my vision to be able to eat anything before I was born. Lucky, I didn't get the option. I thought pot plant was just how the UK says potted plant. No, we would just say potted plant. I'd never heard it shortened to pot plant. Maybe plant pot. For the name of a pot you put a plant in, but pot plant? No. Pot plant does sound like weed. Chicken pies usually come as a single serving size. Well, here's the thing. They do pies as single servings, but it's always steak pie, steak and kidney, steak and gravy. It's never the chicken ones. If it is a chicken one, it's always chicken and fucking mushroom. I've only just had bad mash before. Maybe if we eventually do the fucking plan that I had where I go to TwitchCon, but I host, like, I go to an Airbnb and I just bring pasta bake. I'll also bring some mashed potatoes. Bloody steak and jellied eels. Don't eat jellied eels. Just make me... all I've got is a vision of jellied eels in my brain, and they fucking look disgusting. Gonna cultivate a strain of marijuana and call it crab, so it's crabgrass. Gonna make it super well known so nobody knows what crabgrass is anymore. Well, joke's on you. I don't know what the fuck crabgrass is now. So, sorry about that. So you should be. Imagine willingly putting the thought of jellied eels into anyone's minds. That is incredibly cruel. That is so not cool of you. Welcome back, Fishy. It's weed shaped like a small crab. What? Now you're just making shit up. I can't believe anything you guys say, because I don't know anything, and I have trusted in the past that you guys just know shit, but actually you just lied to me, and then you laugh at me because I believe it. Thank you for the sub-cat check, Fishy. You instantly think of Jimmy Neutron. Brain blast. I'm googling crabgrass. I don't see it. I don't see where it looks like a crab. It just looks like grass. Maybe you were right. Maybe I was wrong. I've been violent for far too long. And it's the heart of your face. What will it take? What will it take? She's gonna be so disappointing when it isn't crab shit. It literally, I don't know what you got. Why? Who named this? And can we ban them from naming things ever again? You looked up the wrong grass? Look, if I search crabgrass and the first thing that comes up is not the correct type of grass, then that grass is just weak as fuck and doesn't deserve my time. We should call it pineapple grass instead. Shroom is gaslighting. You could all be gaslighting me. I could definitely believe that you guys managed to, in the time it took for me to eventually Google it, you manufactured a whole ass page that comes up, or links that come up when I search crabgrass into Google and have all the images on there and stuff. I would totally believe that you guys would go that far. I become more tanned again. I always have a light tan, but I cycle to work. Make sure you are protecting your skin properly as well. Get that sun cream on. Wear you know, hats, glasses, gloves where necessary. As unpleasant as it is when it's really, really warm. Sleeved stuff. You know, full coverings. Because as it was said yesterday, melanoma is no joke. think people treat the protection of their skin far too poorly. You use Gaslight AI to generate 100 images of crab-like grass, associate them with the term crabgrass. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I called you out on it. I hate sunscreen. It's slimy and smells weird. It depends on the type of sunscreen you got. I feel like sunscreen has definitely gotten better over the years. But in my head, it's better to smell a little bit weird and look a little bit pastier than usual than get skin cancer. But that's just me, you know. I should get a mole checked out. That reminds me. They're always quite crafty, those melanomas. It's a bit concerning in the shape and color. Yeah, if it looks usually moles are more circular and well, saying brown is a bit hard because it's like what shade of brown. They're looking a little splodgy, like a little bit more misshapen. Then it's I mean, if you can and you're concerned, I mean, I would get any mole checked out that is not usually there, but I personally I have moles like everywhere, like all over like my arm. Not freckles, not like everywhere, like I'm completely covered. They're just dotted about in places, so. But they're not like, you know how you have like moles that are similar to, what are they called, beauty marks, where they're kind of 3D? Mine are all not 3D, so they're not beauty marks. They're just ugly moles, I guess. Leo's turning 2 years old tomorrow. Happy birthday to Leo if I do not remember or see you tomorrow. Make sure to give him some good birthday treats. Yeah. Spoil the fuck out of him. It's probably a good idea just to get them all checked out at once too, if they have the time. My dad just had a big chunk of his ear removed from melanoma, so it's long sleeves and shirts and sun hats. Yeah, it's, again, this is why it's important for sun protection. In whatever way. If you don't like sunscreen, fair enough. Try wearing something long sleeved and hats and, once again, glasses, maybe a mask. I think a little bit of discomfort to prevent a hell of a lot more discomfort and danger down the line is better than, you know, whatever. But I'm not your dad. You guys don't have to listen to me. It's just advice. I was just I'm always very surprised at how lightly people take sun protection. Ideally, you should be wearing sunscreen like all year round with the state of our fucking ozone. But, you know, especially when it's out there and blaring and all that sort of shit. If it gets angry, I'd lose an arm or some shit. Yeah, exactly. You can, it's just, I don't mean to fearmonger, but it is something that people should be wary about. Yeah, sunglasses are really nice. But remember as well, for the love of God, just because you are wearing sunglasses does not mean you can ever look up into the sun. Oh, hello, ghost. Can I help you? Anyone in the drawer? We just wanted some pets. He's been a little bit lonely today because I've been so fucking busy. I didn't get back till quite late today. You're staring at the sun right now? You know, that makes sense. Were you staring at the sun yesterday as well when you aimed that Hanzo at the ground? You could just dig it out maybe? No! No, never fuck around with a mole in your skin. Never do that. Again, I'm not your dad. You don't have to listen to me. You know, you can ignore me all you want. But never dig shit out of your skin. That is a very bad idea. I am giving him attention. Who's gonna try it? Please don't stare at the sun. Stop digging in your skin, twin. Hello, Drew. How's it going? Don't get the spoon. Don't get a spoon. Don't get a knife. Don't get a fork. A shovel. I don't care. Not even your fingernails. Obviously, I get it. Like, I have picked it. You know, I pick up my when I'm nervous. I pick up my fingers and stuff like that. I get like, you know, kind of little. What would you call them? Ticks like that. Little whatever's. But like, do not be willingly going and finding moles or any skin blemishes and picking them out for the love of God. Use a potato peeler. A spork is fine then. You know what? You guys do you. You do you, boo. You do you. I've said my piece. I've said my preventatives. You do you. If you want to fucking gouge your skin out, then, you know, that's all you. I saw a mole and accidentally removed my hand. Once again, did you do that yesterday? Because it checks out. And hello, Melvin. How's it going? Hello, Robbie. How you doing? A rusty spork it is. Oh yeah, the rustier the better. All that bacteria. I hope you haven't got your tetanus jabs, because that would be silly. I said it the second time I sent a dragon to the ground. Sure, they've sent a second dragon has hit the ground. Well, it wasn't exactly into the ground. It was just point blank missed everyone. I still can't believe I caught that. Oh god, that was good. But no, serious talk. Protect your skin. And please don't pick at your moles. You know, spots and stuff I get. I understand people like popping pimples and all that sort of shit. But moles that are potentially carcinomas, you know, not a good idea. You're joking around. I never know with you guys. With the generic Twitch chat, I can never know. Always got to be careful and make sure that I'm not inadvertently, you know, promoting some very dangerous advice. Gotta protect my brand that I have so clearly ingrained or whatever. I don't know. Whatever that is. Guys, okay, so did you know that Twitch have made it so that you can have redeems that are redeemable using bits, right? Don't spiders die Clancy? Oh, I don't know if that Clancy would give a fuck as long as I'm not showing, you know, boobies or penis, then I think I'm good to go. But you know, picking at skin carcinomas, I'm sure he's fine with that. It would be like a family sue kind of thing. I don't want to get sued. I was just talking with some people about putting a cat mode redeem. You know, 5-minute cat mode redeem, like an actual one, not a Punisher wheel one. But what if I put it for like 2 William bits? But you know what? I just had like a 2-minute think about when we were talking about raisins, because the carcinoma, they kind of reminded me of the raisin talk we were having earlier when I mentioned raisins. And I remembered the time where I jokingly put I will eat a box of raisins for £1,000 donations. And I remembered that I actually ended up having to eat 3 boxes of raisins during that event. So, you know, I don't think I will actually do it. I thought, wow, it would be really funny if I had an incredible amount of, like, if you donate a small fortune in bits, I'll do camp mode for 5 minutes. But actually, I can't do that because that happened. You want raisins again? Then get some. That was an accident. 3 times is not an accident. If one was an accident, it still happened 2 other occasions. One of them was still 2 times. That was a joke. That redeem was a joke. I had to buy raisins. I had to eat them. They were fucking gross, bro. You put an idea out there, someone will say, but I just thought it was so fucking stupid. It was a joke. And now I have to be tiptoeing the lines of making a joke, you know? Wait, let me see. Where can I set this up? What is the maximum amount of bits I can put? Can I make someone excited and then they see how much it costs and then they're gonna be like, oh. What if you ate dates? Are dates okay? No. Dates, bits, sultanas, I'm just... Not what bits? What the fuck am I talking? Dates, raisins, sultanas. No, disgusting. You don't like dried grapes either. I like normal grapes, but anything dried, it just makes me sad. Twitch chatter comedians, not good ones. No dry fruits. Not necessarily all dry fruits, because I haven't tried all dry fruits, but I did try dry mango. Which I thought I would... Mango is like my favorite fruit. I thought I would enjoy dried mango. I did not enjoy dried mango. Or I could have potentially just had a bad packet of dried mango. I'll never know, but... Well, I will know. I can try it again sometime, but it was not as pleasant as I thought. Wait, so how do you do this? Are they not live yet? Maybe they're not even... Would she hold me? She knew my shame. Why is this... Don't piss me off. Hello, Brock. How's it going? And hello, Goat. Do your best Minecraft zombie grown. Why'd I do that? It's fucking stupid. Never had dried mango? That's different. I think all they're saying... Well, I don't know if the packet I had was like a good brand, or if like it could have been like a bad packet. I should probably try it once more. Dried bananas? I think in cereal before. They're not the worst, but I'm not a big fan of bananas in general, so... You know, So I'm just fixing this fucking sound alert. It's like you learn nothing from me and my milk escapades. Yeah, that was $30! $30, not fucking a grand. It's pretty good. Thank you, thank you. I don't know why it was like that. Weird. Okay. Is calling my name. Let me stay. Wait, how do you... Where is... Let's see. Say I'm out of touch. Rampant chaos, your reality. Unwise beyond my sleeping refuge. Alright, where is this? Because I don't see it. Chat does what chat wants, yeah. Ridiculous, right? Alright, let's see. I don't see... the option to make them. Add a new custom reward. Might be an experimental feature. It's... They posted a link to set them up at Twitch support. It's called Power Up. Oh, here, I found it. I found it. Alright, let's see. What's the... Okay, the... You know, never mind. I don't think I can. Because it says the max is 10,000 bits. Now, forgive me for making this comment in the current economic climate that we are in, but 10,000 bits is not enough to ward people off. I know this because I have my... So you know the 3 power-ups that I have now? The, message effects, Gigantify and Emote, and the on-screen celebration. Those are inherent Twitch power-ups that I cannot remove. And I didn't want people using them, so I set them to the max cost, which is 10,000 bits. That's why those are so expensive, because I didn't want people redeeming them. However, I'm pretty sure the Gigantify and Emote has been redeemed at least 3 times, maybe even more. So... I don't even think I can set this up as a joke. Sadly. Not even as a funny. I do apologize. Holy throwback. A little bit of Fall Out Boy. The scene is seen. It's a goddamn race. I'm not a shoulder to cry on. but I digress. I'm a leading man, and the lives that we write are so intricate, are so intricate. It's a gone race. Great, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, welcome raiders. Welcome in. I'm just gonna go send you over to the raid video if you don't mind.
Hello raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome, raiders! Great, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely time playing Our Home, My Keeper. I am not sure if I know of that one. You know what? I can probably take the time to have a wee Google. If you would like to, feel free to let us know, you know, how you got on, what you got up to in particular. Did you enjoy it? Maybe even just checking if I know this one. No, I don't know this one. It's a visual novel. Well, I hope you had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, feel free to let us know what kind of stuff you got up to. Or don't, if you don't want to, I completely understand. The straw, he's not in there. You just got done streaming. I don't know if you're experiencing the same levels of fucking heat that most of the world is experiencing right now. You might want to go get some rest, cool down. It's completely fine with me. But anyone that is new here, hello, my name is Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because the raid video does that for me. But right now we are doing some yapping. We're probably gonna do something soon. I was thinking like can either Overwatch or Sky. We'll see what people want. And then later on we will be playing a game with Autumn since it is Wife Wednesday and that's what we tend to do on Wednesdays. We don't know what game we're gonna play yet. We're actually discussing that right now. So yeah. But no, I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. It's very sweet of you to trust your community here with me. Yeah, okay. I will not be setting this up even as a joke, I think. In fact, wait, there is a way I Hello, Snowy. How you doing? Let me see. Enjoying the brief break from the one until tomorrow. Is it gonna get... Wait, you're going sorry. Is it gonna get warm where you are, or you're going somewhere it's gonna be super warm, which I can only assume is further south of England? Which is, I'm so sorry to hear. Okay, I know that I cannot... Okay, whatever. 1 second. +2 or 3 tomorrow? Wait, what is it now? Hoi! Hoi! Hello, Ginger. How's it going? Roast vegetables? Which vegetables are you roasting? 27? Ew! It's like... What is it even today? Let me check. It's currently about 15 degrees, so I am a lot happier today. Still warm though, and humid. Alright. Have you seen the pink Himalayan salt? Yeah. Yeah, I have. You can buy it at literally any supermarket. Well, hopefully, whatever's happening tomorrow, there's, you know... What do you call it? Air conditioning. Alright, let's do a quick poll. It's just gonna be a 1-minute one, so vote if you want, or don't. If you don't want, that's fine too. Memories from all upon the children of your dad. 23 for me, and I'm in the south of England. That's not too bad. I figured the more south it would be hotter. Guys, don't tie the poll, please. If you tie, I'll just sit here in silence for the rest of the stream. Some of you may want that for all I know. Sat there being like, hurry up and graduate, bitch. Completely valid. Whoa, what the fuck just happened there? I was just about to be like, okay, Sky it is, but Overwatch just got like 3 votes in the span of -3 seconds. Wow. That's crazy. I wonder if there's a better way to do polls, because I'm very well aware that mobile users have trouble with them, don't they? Yeah, Sky was winning the entire time. What the fuck? Okay, we'll do some Overwatch, it's fine. I'm glad you guys are not completely put off by my lack thereof ability to aim. If I am my dream. Novel idea, what if you like picked the game yourself? I picked between 2 games, I didn't know what to play, so I asked for people to vote. People were not forced at gunpoint to vote, all I said is you just don't tie it, you know? If it had tied because there were no votes at all, then that's fair enough. But I just didn't want to make a decision. And there's nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, the people who are gonna sit here and fucking watch me for whatever reason, it's nice to sometimes give them control over what the fuck I'm doing, you know? Alright, any mods or VIPs that would like to participate in some Overwatch with me, you are free to. It does not matter your skill level or what you play. Literally, I am probably worse and play less, so... Can do TF. Do what? Oh, oh, right, TBF, okay. I see. I will pop myself in the Discord if anyone wanted to join. If anyone did not want to join, that's completely fine too. Memories will fade from men. Vey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Unless they've added Twisted Fate to Overwatch. I don't think they have, no. And join after my game. Oh, you're already playing. That's crazy. What if I just joined your game? What if someone left? My shop refresh? No, it didn't. It did? Not? These 3 skins are literally the same. They just moved them down a row. What? I said, oh, look at the Bastion. I can't believe this is a 1,000 credits skin. This is crazy. This looks insane. Looks really good. Honestly.
I know what you're doing.
No, you don't. Welcome in, Vey. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like the model. I hope that I won't cause too much trouble being background noise. The worst thing about this is just the fact that this is in my fucking... This is in... Like, you can buy this. Here. Fucking... I keep wanting to call him Bench... Guys, you might have to look away. That Reaper skin? I kind of like it. The thirst? No! We done. Like, if I truly was thirsty, then I'd have bought every Remaster skin ever. You know? But I didn't, because I have some self-restraint and I'm not entirely thirsty.
Nope.
Are you out of your game yet? Hello, Snowy.
Hello.
Oh, I forgot Hammond! I forgot about the Hammond overlay. We're keeping him on, I think.
I think it, yeah.
Yeah,
My vote
I think
would
it's...
be yes.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you left it on purpose. No, I just looked over it now. I was too distracted by Reaper because I'm not thirsty, but... Oh, dear. Hello, Winter.
Hello.
Alright, are we good with
Alright,
quick play?
Hello.
That's not Winter.
It took me a minute to find my mic.
Good day.
Good day.
Wait, why do you have the anti-goat?
What are you talking about? I don't have the antidote.
Wait, I was so confused. I was gonna be like, wait, I had this on since yesterday. We already made a joke about this. But Winter
Winter
changed his
swap.
fucking picture.
You changed sides!
What are you talking about? Wait, what?
Oh, now you're gonna change it what I'm... Okay.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh dear. Well, it's already going really well. Did you win your game, Winter?
Yeah, I did. Or no, I didn't. I did not win. My fault.
What did you lie?
Blacked out for a minute there. Sorry, because I did really well. The rest of the team did not do really well.
Oh, I
I had
see.
like
I
4K
see. It
DPS
was,
and 8K
you know, like
heals,
how,
and everybody else had way less than that.
yeah, how you did really well with Hanzo yesterday.
Dude,
I'm never gonna
Moira
let that go.
2020, she's OP.
Hello, Mike. How you doing?
With
Moira?
this
Yeah,
having
Moira's-
an opposite day.
This is the opposite day, Winter.
Yeah, I'm all disoriented because I can't. Like, I'm not. I need to be doing things, and I'm here instead. You know.
Soldier 67. Wow.
6'7". That's what he says when he does
Oh,
the
you
emote,
just
by the
reminded
way.
me we have this.
What? Oh. Yeah, thank you for that emote, Winter. I appreciate that. I'm really glad you put that in the chat.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm so happy right now.
Oh, I can play good characters again, Juno. Please, I want to play Juno so bad.
Video games.
Why couldn't you play Juno before?
Because I played a game of Classic,
Ugh.
so she was not there. I had to play Moira,
Wait, you played
which is why I
Classic?
did really well. Yeah, I was playing Classic for the challenges.
And Moira was in Classic?
Moira was in 2020. It was 2020
Classic.
Classic, not 2016 Classic. Yeah, they've changed it
Oh.
now. So like Baptiste is in and stuff.
Oh, that's not Classic. That's weird.
It's
Who do I wanna
Classic.
play?
It's just not Classic.
I'll play Kiriko. Hello, Fox. How's it going?
What I want to play.
I want to get the... Whenever they bring back the emote, I want to get the Soldier 67 emote.
I hope you never get that. I can only imagine how annoying that would be.
Apparently it was like a free emote, you just had to do a challenge to get it.
I haven't done it. Oh,
I was a little late.
she kind of ate my ass.
Yeah.
Ooh, Freya, I can't save you from a hazard diving you. Ooh! We're Vendetta diving me.
I'm trying. This Vendetta is wow. Murdering
My
everyone.
180 ping's really showing. You need to get up. Holy fuck. It's rough. I think I need to lower my sensitivity.
I might have to switch to Anna. Don't leave me! It's going
I don't wanna
good.
be-
What about you?
I don't
I'm
wanna be in
already
that corridor.
stressed. I've been playing like 2 minutes. I'm already like. Ah!
I don't know, somehow lived that dive, but she didn't die either, which is disappointing. Get out of here, Ash.
Dude, their fucking Kiriko is so annoying.
Nice.
Oh. I might have to play Anna, but my ult is up, so we should make a crow character with a stake launcher or crossbow.
Steak.
Well, they have a Reaper
that's
skin that's like a raven, and they have a Plague Doctor Moira skin, which is like one of the ugliest Plague Doctor skins I think I've ever seen in a game.
Yeah, it's rough.
Is Ash okay?
Alright, he's in the middle. Lowered my sensitivity. Oh, I walked into that.
Now gets that.
Lucky.
King. Ow. Are you supposed to stop hitting him when he does that? Because I think he still like hits you with shit, right?
He keeps shooting projectiles and he has damage resistance, but you should probably still hit him.
Okay. I feel like sometimes he shoots more than other times, though. Dude, my
Don't know if
healing
he
is
has Frick or
fucking
something.
garbage.
Not sure.
Oh, Bob.
Oh, where did you come from?
Did she fuck up her ult, or...?
I have no clue where Bob went, to be honest.
He was
Wait at the point.
close to the point.
Oh, Freya just
that makes
fucked
sense.
up her ult. Nice.
Okay.
Alright. I'm on fire.
What is it?
Where? Where's bro pinging? Marine, hello!
Well, I am fucking dead.
They didn't cap
Oh,
point.
hold on.
Thank you so much for the 2 resub. Happy 33 months. How's it going? Thank you. Nuvanka there. Freya, I probably really fucked up the pronunciation of that. Missing her
Your skin's
completely.
getting complimented.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
That complimented you.
Boy, Blinker, up for a little competition?
I could go for a race. But
I need to put hero because I almost put champion and that would have given me away.
Smart. I would have had it.
That's a league player. God forbid you do that.
You frequently fucking let on that you're a league player. Who says auto attack in Overwatch?
Yeah, but I never typed that. I never typed that. That's the point. You guys already know. I'm like, you know.
So, dude. Oh, I can't.
Oh, she said nice skin, and now like this Vendetta is decided. You know what? Maybe I will show them my Anna
I
skin
can't hear you,
too.
I'm sorry.
I will show them my Anna skin and tell them I got that in a loot box as well.
Tell him you get the mythic one in the loot box.
I don't have the mythic. I have the mythic gun, but I
Yeah.
bought the. I mean, I obtained the new skin. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Sorry,
obtained
I
it.
forgot to put that.
Yeah.
Loot box.
Right.
Fair enough.
I can heal no one in this game, honestly.
Sorry, I was fighting my demons.
My gift to you.
This soldier is just shooting you guys.
Yep. Very Vendetta appeared in my ass.
Rough. Melting from the heat. Other than that, doing pretty good, thanks. I'm sorry to hear about the heat. It's quite rough everywhere, huh?
Quick.
Okay. I learned from that.
How about...
Let the kitsune guide you.
Right?
I don't remember Vendetta using her ult. They have a Sierra now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Us too. Vendetta's ulting.
Suzu did not cleanse the, fucking... Suzu isn't a cleanse. I don't know what to call Suzu.
I got lost.
But it's most of negative effects, but it doesn't specify what effects it does not cleanse. Which
What are
kind
you
of
trying to
sucks.
cleanse?
Hazard ult.
That's not a negative effect. It's like thing that locks you in place, I think.
Yeah, that's...
Hazard ult
yeah,
is
what?
weird because even
It's not negative being locked in place.
for
I know what you
negative
mean,
effect.
but... Yeah.
Yeah.
Morga's unstoppable in his dash, but
I wandered
Um,
so far from my land.
Hello, Ali. How's
Hazard
it
ult
going?
is stop
Past the locals.
We are all
So I don't know if
melting
it has some
into
sort of-
warm.
Guy?
priority maybe.
I suppose
Here, I will... do this. Hopefully we can kill Hazard a bit faster if I just anti him. And hopefully I can survive against the Vendetta.
Beat that guy.
Huh?
Doesn't really matter what you do to that guy, he just doesn't die. It's kind of like Orisa, the same boat. Bullshit.
I missed my anti, so don't worry about that.
He's dead.
Oh, that was... I was confused. I looked over to the side. I heard someone's footsteps. I was like, who is that? It's Kiriko. Hello, Trashcan. How you doing?
I still have some fight in me.
My only problem with Anna into Hazard is his wall.
Mm.
This guy is pretty insane with his walls.
I'll save you. Ooh. I can kill you guys, that would avenge you.
I must keep my skills sharp.
The rats.
Try not to go too. Oh.
My fault.
Okay.
Do what?
I tried to bully the Junkrat and he bullied me instead.
Oh. Fuck me. Okay, the sleep didn't go off in time. You know what's the saddest thing is I can hear the sleep being shot, and the fact that it still doesn't go off is really upsetting.
My ultimate is charging.
They're fucking diving so hard that I can just walk into their backline and kill them.
Shit, I tried.
Guys, two dead. It's okay. It's two for one. It's 2 for 1. I will soon. I've not healed, by the way. My healing is pretty fucking abysmal.
You're telling me, dude.
Okay, to be fair, you've been getting dived by Vendetta at every waking moment, so...
Yeah, or diving myself and dying the Junkrat. Oh well, you just took 2 hits from a... Oh, yep.
Yep, I took a lot of hits.
They're all probably gonna start ulting.
Don't really know what a lot of these guys do, I'm gonna be honest.
No. Fine. Oh god!
Other than damage.
She got solo ulted!
Here they come!
By Hazard and fucking...
I still have some fight.
And you took 2 of them. You know what I was thinking? Actually, maybe my ult is a waste here.
Holy.
Never mind. That was insane of me. I've healed like 200 health since turning to Anna, but you know. G fucking G. What an annoying Hazard, bro. Holy shit.
Hazard, man. Good job, everyone.
Sick. Nice.
Thanks.
I would consider moving countries perhaps and changing identities.
I wouldn't.
Hello Steven, how's it going?
Epic.
I hate it when a person votes me instead of the actual person should be voted, because now it just looks like to the enemy team and to Arciera that I voted for myself.
You're the only one who thinks this way. I won't ever see someone with 1 vote and think, oh, that guy probably voted for himself. That says a lot about you. Where it says about the person voting, I think.
This is why I wear the anti-goat icon.
What did I say something?
Rialto!
Fine. I don't really want to attack up Rialto, but I will.
I love Rialto. I like attacking and defending on Rialto.
I don't mind defending Rialto, but I don't like attacking Rialto. I feel like it's one of those ones where it either goes really poorly or it's rough.
All you have to
Or
do
really
is
good, or it's
be
rough.
careful of the Widowmaker in the back line, be careful of the Orisa Roadhog and the Lucio that's trying to bump you
And
off
the
the
Lucio
bridge.
and the Pharah and the literally 90,000 characters they can just not
Blitzcrank
let
good
you
on
move
this?
out of
Yeah.
spawn.
Who's Blitzcrank?
Same
Oh,
place.
I thought it was Ezreal.
Huh?
Yes.
Ezreal, this isn't an Ezreal game, is it? Blitzcrank in
Yeah,
League is
it's-
Ezreal.
Yeah. Blitzcrank is basically Ezreal. It's an
He's got a
Ezreal
Q.
like.
My own path.
He's got a Q. He's got
He
a
slows himself.
He's got a mobility buff type ability. He's got a mobility ability. He's got a random one that nobody really knows what it does, but you press it anyway and you hope for the best.
The Shimada Empire will rise again. The Shimada Empire.
Stay
The
in
Shimada
I'll keep
Empire.
you safe.
Rise.
You have
that's,
It's like my
that's
new
a
Hanzo
real
skin.
spray.
No.
You sure? I just got it in a loot box yesterday, I think, when we played. Yeah.
Why is your arrow like blinking?
Because I'm constantly swapping the, what do you call it? The
Oh.
scanny thing.
That looks so weird.
Oh, blue.
Oh, I got
blue
a-
trinket.
I have a fucking the highlight intro that would really match your skin, Winter.
Yeah.
The kissy one.
Oh, that's great.
It kept coming in my shop, and I was like very tempted to get it, and then I got it in a loot box.
I was so close to buying this skin, actually, and then I got it out of a loot box, so I'm glad I didn't buy it.
Welcome back, Steven. How's it going?
Ooh, this is an aggressive
Okay.
Alari.
Honestly, I respect it.
Oh, I know. You're playing really well. Oh dear, oh dear.
I missed my Suzu, by the way. Suzu the wall. This guy is behind. I can't remember his door behind this guy.
Or
Dude, I cannot hit my Suzu for the life of me.
Oh, he's dead.
Well, I just counted your entire ult with one of my regular abilities.
yeah, that's so funny. Whenever I play Alari and that happens, I'm like, wow, that's really
I got
bad
it.
that happens. Whoa.
Alright.
He just
Spicy ketchup.
molten cord all over the bridge.
Happens to the best of us, honestly.
Roadhog taken down by the small man.
Okay. Alright.
Someone is
If I knew
over
what-
here.
If I could use all of my buttons that are available to me.
Oh, fuck. I hit by the dragon dart.
I'm a killer! In retrospect, I could also try and kill her, but I can't hit anything, so, you know, that's not my fault.
Done playing around.
Hey,
Left the game! No, Anna, I didn't mean it, I'm sorry! Soldier 24, we got Reaper
so
now!
upset. They're watching the stream, they're upset.
I'm sorry,
It's
Anna.
crazy.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Alright, let's go.
It's crazy, we're like winning. Maybe
No.
What the is that?
That is Shiro.
And what's a Shearer?
Sierra is the newest hero. Her
This
ult
Life Weaver-
is what you just
It's
saw.
like we're spawned and immediately he has like no one.
What's up?
Sierra's stupid.
The
She
Sirius
has
hasn't
soldier
ulted
ult
yet,
added
right?
ability, and then
Oh,
her regular ult is a bunch of grenades.
Yeah, I thought it said Shearer, and I was like, okay, I still don't really know who Sierra is either, you know, but
Yeah.
I sort of,
Restoring balance. Check out
That Arista is waiting to just jump
that's,
down.
at least that's a name I've heard.
Ow! Down.
To let off some steam.
He wasn't even aiming for me, holy shit. And he ulted the minute he got it.
I wasn't. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Can we stop standing in the lava, please?
I was
If I
not saying.
swap,
No, I
I
was
lose my
talking
ult.
to Goat, who I just watched do that.
I didn't take damage from a lot.
No, I
That's
was
bullshit
healing
that I
you
did
from it
when we were standing
actually,
in the same
so
spot.
I was watching you actively take damage from the lava. Do not. I killed her. Let's
Someone
go.
was shooting.
Yeah.
You
Right.
have a fucking. You have a goddamn indicator on your screen. when you
turret.
stand with the fire.
I just used Suzu. Well, that is just unfortunate.
Just go. They don't play that.
That is unfortunate. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I am so sorry for ever thinking I should. Oh wait, no, wait. It's too late. I just realized my ult was like, whatever. Fucking Hamster, there's nothing wrong with Hamster.
Oh! See if you're gonna help us. If I drop one of that, it's getting okay. There's a turret up there, and it is actually going to kill me.
You just stood there looking at it. That's so funny.
I thought I had a charge of E. I didn't. I probably should.
Well, I got the turret.
Bro, he keeps putting a turret in the worst spot.
Oh, that's, yeah.
I'll be pushing here. I have... Okay, their tank is dead.
Be careful.
I mean, they used the monkey as well anyway, so I'm just find a way,
Yep. One of them's on our right, dude.
Have...
Yeah, fucking Sierra, dude.
Check it. You're powered up. Get in there.
That works. I just missed absolutely everything. But it's okay. Few of them died.
Let's give them one.
Over here.
They put a turret on the front.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Oh, yep.
That ult was fucking everywhere. Oh, I tried. Unfortunate. Oh! Okay.
Nice.
But we have no one on point.
nice.
He's there. Hampton is always there. He's always watching.
Play of the game.
Eyes on the sky!
Interesting. 4-minute objective time. Holy shit.
That's
My
desperation.
You're opposite. Your playstyle was like completely opposite to how you like usually play Tracer, you know?
Yeah, like, I can't really play. I'm not very good at DPS and I'm not very good at tank, and you don't want to see me do healing. So at least if I'm playing tank, I just sit on the pissing point. You know.
Hang on, so if you're not good
Wait,
at
hang on a
DPS
second. Let's just
or
run that back a
tank,
few
or and
sentences.
don't want to be seen on support, what are you good at?
Jungle.
I'm good at like standing, spectating and making comments. That's sort of like my
Yumi.
speciality. Is like stand Yumi. Yeah, no, I'm a
Ezreal.
Yumi princess. Oh, Yumi Ezreal bot lane. That's my kind of like resident sleeper lane.
Hello, Sag. How's it going?
See you at 52 minutes into the game. Oh, nice. Maybe I should try something new.
Like what?
That chimpanzee's a new character, isn't he? He's like one of the modern ones.
Huh? Who? Are you talking about Winston?
Yeah, one of the new ones. You know, one of the.
No,
one of
he's
the-
talking
like-
about Hampton. My
He
favorite
started
chimpanzee
a month
character.
ago.
You can't be talking about Winston because Winston's OG.
No shit, Winter. He's joking. And so was I.
I wasn't listening.
I played the beta. I'm
What?
pretty sure. I don't remember there being a chimpanzee in it.
Kind of weird character.
5, 4, 3,
Just jumps
Is
around.
this the game that has
and
Jeff?
1. Round
Or is that a different one?
Yeah. He doesn't work here anymore, though.
That's why we got all those new heroes.
Like the chimpanzee.
Kind of all at once. Yeah, like the chimpanzee.
They do. The problem is they do far too much. The new characters.
Yeah, power creep.
Pharah is chasing me down.
Oh,
Okay. What was it last
your
time?
chat
4
box
minutes
is gone. You have to
26?
use your phone. 7 TV was what caused
7
my
TV.
issue.
I
Yeah.
won't let the spirits take me.
I'm gonna go for the 4 minute 34 of objective time. This time.
They did update it. In fact, like they,
Yeah,
I think they
updating
have
to
like
the
a new app
recommended
in
releases
general.
Once the fixes. Yeah. It's like a completely different app.
I uninstalled mine, so I reinstalled it completely.
I uninstalled and then reinstalled the new recommended one from the website. And then that
Yeah.
let me back in.
Because when I rated out, like, wasn't last stream
Oh,
as
it's
a
like a
stream
week ago now.
before? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy, you're still alive.
Nice. Yeah, because I was panicking. I couldn't type in the chat after I was raiding, and they were asking me questions and stuff. I was like, I'm sorry.
Oh, that Juno's so low, that's not good. Oh, nice.
Blitzcrank main.
You said words at me.
Cool.
So is it their job to get on the point?
No, no.
The PM.
No.
That's a different game mode.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I didn't get the ult.
Who's this person playing? Was that the Pharah?
Three.
There was
I think that was, yeah.
there was a Cassidy?
I don't think he was it the whole time. Maybe he was. I think they had a vendetta at first, though.
Oh yeah, I hooked
We had
him
a
right at the
vendetta.
beginning, and then he got that like he got Thresh Lanterned out by whoever that is. That Lifeweaver?
5, 4,
That's
That's
bad.
Somebody.
Hmm.
I'm just making up names here.
I mean, it's pretty accurate. It's like forced fresh lantern, though. They don't get a say.
Force.
Mm-hmm.
Supports in League would say that would be an improvement.
Nice. I'm gonna get pancaked by that Ryan. Ooh, you wanted to. Judo.
Have you tried not getting
Oh, is that
pancake?
Well, he went for Snowy, but then Juno missile locked me, and in my attempt to escape the missile lock, I got flattened by a hammer.
Should dodged it. Oh, bye. Oh, do I need the life weaver here?
Well, I'm on the point. Keep me company.
If anyone needs me, they don't. Holy shit.
Yeah, you can come here if you need us.
I was too busy being.
Never mind, I decided I wanted to 1v1 the Reinhardt. It's not going well because he's getting healed, so it's not actually 1v1. I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Yeah, great.
Hello, Fate. Hello, Ryan. How's it
What did
going?
Oh, fuck. Not bad.
I saw you walking as I was running for the ride. That's so funny. I don't think I've hit a single chain this whole game, by the way.
Oh. That's fine, I'm already Tracer, I'm on the point.
Oh, she just had a big missile.
Oh, I hit a chain!
Okay, she's dead.
You're safe? Did it fix it? I'm glad it fixed it. You just had to, yeah. If something like that, like updating it doesn't fix it, then like our fresh reinstall usually works. I already used my shift. What am I doing? I need to swap, but I want to use my ult.
Would have been cool if like
no,
the 7TV devs had been like, hey, you guys are gonna need to update your extension
Yeah.
or something.
Or maybe if they
would've
manually
been pretty
disabled
chill.
it, you know? Like,
Yeah,
something
right.
like that.
Jumping!
We did it at the same time.
Where is this Juno?
He's got Shatter, right?
She flew away. He's got it, yeah, I haven't heard him use it.
I have no idea how no one died there.
I was on 12 HP.
Get in the fucking thing! Oh. Hi, Ryan. Alright, I can swap now.
Oh.
Submission is the key. Careful, we're outnumbered.
No, you don't.
Missed a bunch.
No! He wasn't up last time. What was up? Going on?
Your shrines from above.
I think it was a mistake to make that perk an actual inherent part of her kit. Here comes Moira.
Beings born of science, seeking answers in faith.
I probably should have switched to Life Weaver, but Oh wow.
Vendetta.
Vendetta.
I said that too late.
What perk? The fire one. Where she can move during her ult.
Opportunity to win.
Ow! Oh, the lock on. My bad, my bad.
Time again to try again.
Blitzcrank slows himself, by the way. But Farah can move during ult.
Your end is within my reach. I require assistance. Your becomes mine.
Hindered.
Ow! Holy shit.
Yeah, that's probably stun grenade or whatever from
Be
his ass.
careful with Farah and the Juno behind you. She's probably gonna ult.
I didn't hit any of those shots, and I got.
I hope she solo ults you at least.
There we go.
Oh my god, please. I missed so many of those bullets.
Don't worry. I'm not exactly playing best here.
Oh, he's still here. How did I miss him? He's the biggest one. Oh, that's cheating.
You know what? He went for you, not for me.
I tried to save you guys, but like, killed by McCree.
Okay, I have ult.
Fine, I'm just upset about my.
Hello, Phantomy! How you doing? Farah didn't ult, did she?
Level 90.
No.
Okay. 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 You guys doing? Okay, thank you. Finally. You. Not you. I mean that.
We need to make Farah feel bad for not using her ult. The guilt will eat her alive. Not the toxicity. Drew 11, this one right here. My ultimate is ready. This guy again.
This fucking guy. Creed, dude.
What are those walls made out of?
I'm okay, thank you for asking. I hope that you are taking plenty of rest and recovery.
Like they look like wood or something, and there's holes in them.
Bye, Winter.
The dog that will be back.
I would.
Forever. Even though we lost, I saw Vendetta fall off the map. Maybe I need to add this person. We've got something in common.
What, hating me? Is that it?
Mmm.
Winter feeding dog.
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes ago. Okay, just stick me in queue.
Yeah, he left. What the fuck
okay.
is this?
You gotta paint it yourself.
Whoever was the Bastion's base, that was our Rando. How's the weather? It's much better today, honestly. Payne says it's okay, Pookie, I'm here now.
Oh, fantastic.
As you can hear, Goat is elated.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a great defense call. Fuck this. I'm just single deal damage. This is.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
I will not
They won't get to.
broken world behind.
This comp is giving. They won't get to attack if we attack them in their base.
I heard a little laugh from him when you said that. Did you laugh, Goat? Didn't know we're metagaming in here, comp when? Who's metagaming with the Anran Tracer on the fence?
You can't get on the roof? What is this game? What's the point?
You need to wear better shoes. You need gamer shoes.
Am I wearing like bowling shoes and they're all flat on the bottom?
No,
Can't
don't
stand on the roof.
this.
They're pushing the payload. Cut them off.
Where's the fucking... that guy? Oh, they've got a cute fucking macaron weapon charm though.
Oh,
We're outnumbered.
that
Be
guy.
careful. Get them back.
Oh, that
Ready
isn't
for
too
a
short.
takedown. Everyone is dead. Is he up here?
Someone is up here.
Oh! Fucking... It came to me in a dream!
Ow!
They're hitting us damage. I don't like that. Stand still so I can shoot you!
We're all fucking garbage, holy shit.
That's gotta be hacks. There's no other explanation.
Keep fighting.
Where is he? Oh, he's over there.
Eyes on a target.
Oh, how did you get over there?
Off the payload. Enough whining. You're fine.
Ow. I might not be able to play Anna here.
Hold on. Reloading.
I could have just ended it. I might not be able to play Anna like, but...
Miss out
GG Anna, no heals. I know, right?
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh, wait, that's not Zenyatta.
Scorch the sky!
Oh, that's not the payload either.
This
It's just a car.
now.
Your fat head blocked my fucking grenade.
Wonder who that's for.
Zenyatta. Yeah, I fucking heard you. I'm trying to 1v1 the Doomfist and I'm not even allowed. The soldier said no.
I was attacking the Doomfist and someone else was fucking trying.
Oh, that's just bad timing.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Okay. Hi guys. Nice truck.
Where's Fang Mang? Among other things.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Sick.
Good kitty. Good kitty.
Oh. That's fine by me, honestly. Holy shit! Okay. Someone's on my left. He was probably looking for an ult. Okay.
I go out on my terms.
Maybe, is it that? Is that ping? No, it's voice chat.
They're rolled now.
Yeah. Just... This, Casty, I think, is gonna be looking for ult. Because he has not ulted once.
I see you.
Oh yeah?
You're powered up. Get in there. Sword for you. Happy to assist.
Well, ow. That's unfortunate. Our Bastion went the bombs.
This is not the end.
Oh well, no, they swapped from Reinhardt. Actually, that's never mind. Ignore me. I don't know. There it is.
Team, stop the payload.
Oh,
that was mine.
right.
Here.
He's got one there. That's gotta be cheating.
Getting bullied! Ow. Hell is winning the psychological battle. I mean, I don't think it's me he's swapping for because I don't think you would go from Doomfist into Reinhardt into Roadhog if they had an Ana. Honestly. He's above. Ah, she fucking got me.
Oh.
I have ult soon. I don't know, should I save it? I could probably save it. You get overcharged with Ana, so...
I see you.
Oh, there's money here.
Distracted.
That's difficult.
Almost killed. I need healing, thank you. Alright, I'm ulting.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Just kicking everyone.
Fine, I'll stay on the point.
Stay down.
Sick. Okay. Oh, our Iron Man switched. My healing is so ass, bro.
The time is short. Not so fast. Hold strong.
Behind.
Enemy inside.
He's probably looking for another role. I think he's only ulted once this game.
Victory is nearly ours.
Bro, he fucked up. This is why you don't hold your ult for 7 years. Yeah, he keeps... It's crazy. I wonder what happened here. Oh good, this is when you like fucking kicked everyone again, right? No, you just kicked the Ana. He was Rosie kicks.
Why did I not get hooked there?
Cleanse.
You cleansed with your ult.
No,
You did get hooked.
I used my ult because I thought he was gonna pull me out, gonna spam it, but then I got released for some reason.
I did sleep him.
Oh, is that why?
On my screen though, it could be like a latency thing because on my screen I slept him before you ulted. Being on a roll, I mean, yeah, we won a fair. We were winning games, you know. We won't talk about the
We are winning
Rialto
games.
incident, but we're winning games. I'm
gaming.
enjoying the carry. Thanks, Jim.
Vote for your map.
Why?
Garbage.
The one incident exactly.
If
Oh my god, it's Eins Ulgon on our team.
Yeah, I don't want.
That just says Ein.
Eins Ulgon.
Yeah, you added a few words there that I don't see.
I think you guys are just illiterate.
Literate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ill of literacy. Wait, is that why the word is like that? Because it's ill of this? Wait.
Oh, I don't want to play this guy. Actually, he's gonna piss me off.
Who? I didn't see if you hovered.
Kree. Oh, I picked him, and then I was like, no, I don't want to play him.
Why don't you
I
like
thought about
Cassidy?
shooting his revolver. Cause I don't know. It's not that I don't like him. I want to
You
like
just
him.
said it's gonna piss you off.
Yeah, because I'm gonna feel like I'm doing nothing.
What do I play? What do you guys want? Any healer in particular?
He's not Hanzo. I sometimes can do
Soraka.
stuff.
I don't think I have a Soraka.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
mean,
there
I
is.
guess Mercy ult is kind of like Soraka ult. It heals everyone.
Not, yeah, it's not quite the same, is it?
I'm
It's just
quite
like-
fucking horrible at this, though. I'm a much better Soraka, but
Oh my. Oh.
Right, please don't die. I can't.
Oh.
What is happening?
Dying.
You know,
Probably don't know, actually. I'm gonna be honest.
no, I'm just, I'm not playing Mercy.
No, I
Duramatra.
really don't know.
I went to go res fucking. Everyone was fine, and then Snowy died, and I went to go res Snowy, and then the next thing I know, you're underneath somehow, fucking critical health, and I can't reach you. I want to play Luyan. The May.
Bastard.
Fucking so lying.
Be careful, Shimada.
She did get yoked.
Really? I thought they were there. Guess not.
Oh my god.
What is happening? How are we alive?
He really. Well. Mainly because this guy fucking beeline towards my ass. He forgot that I had an entire, like, other team and said, you. Honestly, not complaining. It's the equivalent of getting Mordekaiser ulted. I'm standing for it. Standing for it. Oh, what the fuck is this? Regrets were had. Always target the healer. There was another whole ass healer. That was much closer, by the way.
Hey, bro.
Hey. Holy shit. Okay, Molly. Shimada and fire. Stop!
Die.
Oh my god! That was disgusting! That was disgusting! I usually go for the more annoying healer. Mizuki is healing and doing more damage than me! I wasn't doing shit! I was there for the vibes.
We're about to ruin their day.
Oh, I don't have...
The Shimada Empire.
Pre-mission checklist complete.
Kiriko is broken, not in my hands. I cut off all my fingers before I logged on to Overwatch today.
Me too.
Just Suzu? I can't hit the fucking Suzu!
I don't even have
Unless it is at my feet, and even then sometimes I still fucking miss it, so you know. I'm trying to get better. It's why I'm trying not to play like Anna and fucking Moira and everyone else I usually play, because I'm trying to get better at the other ones. Let's play a game called Let's Not Get Booped Off by the Lucio. I got one shot by the Hanzo instead.
Me too.
Alright, you know what? Like... I need to be useful at least.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
Oh, nearly.
Time to spring. The warmth of fire.
Get out of here, Lucio, you little punk ass.
Thank God I didn't waste my fucking... Oh, right. This guy is just... Okay. God, I've never felt so wanted in my life before. I think me and Ramata have something going on here. Oh.
Well, we do know you. It's the same voice actor as whoever, right? So.
Aatrox.
Yeah, that's the one. That makes sense. Fuck Hanzo.
Okay, better Hanzo.
Stay away from me!
I forgot my E exists. Oh wait, okay. You know what? Let's not. He's running! He's running! He's running! Yeah! Did you owe him money? I think I might, you know.
They have a Bastion.
Left Bastion.
I thought someone fell then and I was panicking because I...
Can't have it getting worse.
Hey guys, look at me, I'm over here. I'm no longer over here. I have tree.
Stay away from me, you freak! Thank you.
Where is he?
Oh. Oh, thank you. Fresh hook.
Yeah.
Fresh lantern even.
Well, it's like both really. This guy's probably got ult. I don't have life grip. I don't have life grip. Oh, never mind. Mizuki's goated.
You scatter her. Did you just...
Yes.
Oh. What just happened there?
You didn't want to fight us, so you jumped off the edge instead.
That's very fair.
He took his own way out. He went out of his own terms. Respect.
Don't have grip. What was that?
Oh.
Why did I just hear a kissing noise?
Oh, I don't know. Oh. Wait, basically, is it because of my ult? Because I'm the...
Was that from your ult? Ew!
It might be. It might be.
Remove that skin now or never play Hanzo again.
I'll have to pay attention. I did not know that.
Oh, get them kills, dude. Lifeweaver autos are so good. Honestly.
Splitting up the vote so it doesn't look like either of us voted for each other. Or for ourselves.
That was you to go. Let's see. Yeah, what the fuck is this souvenir I got? Petrified Hammond. I might have to equip this on someone.
That's incredible, actually. What?
That's about £555 from Games Workshop.
Oh, I have her cute spray. Oh, okay, right. Well, whatever.
Oh no, not me.
Numbani. See, the enemy team, they fucking know Ball. And Ball is Numbani.
Oh shit, dude.
No!
I tried, go. I did.
I don't understand why you like this map.
I don't know
This map
why
is
you
so
like
bad.
Shambali Monastery.
Because it's a good map. It's well laid out. This one
I
isn't.
like this map. This is a classic
sucks
map.
to
It's well
attack
laid
and
out. It's
defend.
one that stood the test
It's
of time.
bad.
They removed Temple of
I would rather-
Anubis. They removed Volskaya Industries. They removed
That's because they
Hanamura.
removed those types of points. That's not for. I wish we still had those maps.
Honestly, I'm not lie. Hanamura is kind of shit. I hate Hanamura, but
Well, sure.
it's pretty.
But
It
I
was
miss Temple of
pretty.
Anubis at least.
Why are you playing Anna?
I don't know. You want to play?
Is it? Are you?
No, it's fucking
What do you think this guy's name stands for?
play-
No, you can play Anna. I was
Which
just
one?
asking why you're playing Anna.
Oh.
I'll find my
It's a
own.
classic map, well laid out though. I
in one
think
piece.
it is. I think it's fine. I think
I
these
don't
guys
know
are
what
whiny
this
little
guy's name
bitches. Look, I get to play Numbani as a little treat sometimes, okay?
Well, aren't you the jester?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
They don't stand a chance.
Like a gentle rain. I need some help. Light in the beard. Positioning healing pyro. Mine the shard. Hey.
Too far.
That was a little
Not really.
late.
Because the rest of your team for some reason is chilling in this box on
It's called flanking.
You really fell down.
Yeah.
My gift to you. Activating defense array.
Fucking suck, dude.
I got slipped.
Why are you still here?
Feel better?
Anna has the same amount of situational awareness that I had.
Oh,
Not the fucking double kill on the Helix. Holy shits. Don't worry, at some point during this game I will hit a fucking shot. When I do, it's so over for them because I do 2 million damage.
The Oriana strategy.
Serve by design.
Oh,
That one? That's criminal. They all
Yeah, when-
dispersed.
I'll go.
I'm with you.
How are you alive, bro? Thank you.
nope, nope.
Just me.
Yep. Throw my shield dead fast enough.
That's fine.
Fucking hindered me. Had to punch the Anna to death because I couldn't hit her. Ah well. This guy switched from Emre to Mei to Junkrat.
He has done nothing. Oh dear.
I can't say that I've been doing anything either.
You have more kills than him.
Grasp a ticket.
I knew this was gonna happen. No! The minute he walked out. He's dying for it though, right? He's dying for it? No, because Roadhog just healed all his health back.
Yep.
Yep.
I ran out of bullets.
Oh my god, he's back to full, bro.
Right,
So
okay,
we're having
when we're
30
all
rounds.
alive, I can ult and we can do something, okay?
Yeah, I've got my. I don't really like Gustle, so
I got healed.
Alright, I missed my Suzu. Well, I didn't miss it. Well, Goat jumped in the
Can I
way.
move? Sorry. Oh.
No, Goat jumped in the way. Once again, blocked it with his fat fucking head. Alright,
Well, he's a big guy.
let's go. Okay, everyone is fucking go. Okay.
Oh, he's dead.
I did nothing. I literally just ulted and everyone else did everything else. Never punished. Roadhog is a slippery slope kind of hero. I feel like they have a very hard time balancing that guy. I think that they're always changing him and everyone's always got something to say about Roadhog. No. Don't you dare, Ghost.
Oh.
Ooh, you got pulled right through that.
I did get pulled. Jeez.
I don't think so, but fucking die.
You just instantly fucking broke that. Holy crap.
Now we're talking.
Hello, Block. How's it going?
Oh, I
You
didn't mean to
surviving
do
the
that.
heat?
Hotwing left.
Landed the Suzu. Let's go. No! Fuck me. I should change. But I need to get better. How am I supposed to get better if I don't sick it out, but also...
Time to try again.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Holy shit, Junkrat is ulting from... You know what? Fair enough.
Restoring balance.
Tactical visor activated. Engage those hostiles.
You gotta stop doing that, bro. It's really not very nice of you. Well, thank you, Roadhog, for saving me.
Oh, you never mind. I think he saved me because I thought that guy was behind us. I was trying to hide behind, or technically... I was trying to position myself around the fucking Domina shield, but I thought he was behind us, was trying to get in front of it. Alright, I have ult. Anyone else? Junkrat nearly has it.
Wasn't called for.
No, I wasted mine.
Okay. Which time?
Yeah.
What
exactly,
game?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go!
Nice.
Hog's still behind us.
Yeah, McCree's on the right here. Thank you.
No one was on the point! What is that soldier skin?
Charming.
Like from Shrek?
Yeah, probably actually. I mean, it's similar.
Cherry flavor. Want to taste?
I think DreamWorks are gonna sue them.
DreamWorks have got better things to be doing, like actually making that next Shrek movie, maybe.
Objective time wins.
Yeah, let's go. Objective time.
We couldn't think of anything better to say about your stats, so we put the amount of time you on the objective for.
Lord knows I didn't do shit.
Objective
You
time
did
wins
3k
games.
more
No,
damage
you
than
won the
this
game.
guy. How do you heal? Why did you do like nearly 1200 healing? What?
Who, me?
Yes.
Or him?
You.
Domina's, one of her perks gives, it's like a... I forget how it works, but like it's a healing barrier. Like when you throw the barrier out, it heals you.
Oh. Alliance, how you doing? I'm chilling, thank you for asking.
Hoi!
Choose your map.
Ah, free thinkers.
You're free thinkers.
No. I mean, I don't mind Shambhala.
Oh,
I
yeah,
want what I can
Oh, is it
want.
open?
It's open queue. You get to play whatever you
Open
want.
queue. That's excellent.
So that means we can all play tank.
Hmm.
Went to your first con last weekend, now you're hooked? What's got you hooked about the con? Shambali.
We just played Dumbani.
They say, just go with the flow.
You may certainly try. I think you can't.
Oh, we can't. It locked us out. You're right. I thought we could do that. Damn.
No, that's like
Ranked or
I
whatever.
can't remember what that is called. No. There is a mode. It's an arcade mode. No limits.
Is that all for one? Oh yeah, no limits. Stuff, yeah.
I thought even in ranked you could do it, but okay. Yeah.
No, everything had to be
I'm trying
separated
to
into different queues because the Overwatch community are a bunch of cryosababius. Hello, Miro. How's it going? Oh.
What is this thing on the floor?
What?
It's like, no, someone was doing some
That's
sort of
me. That's my dead
pose.
body.
Someone was just like wiggling on the floor. It looked so weird.
Oh, 6 HP.
Hello, David. How's it going? Being around the right people? I'm glad you had a good time.
I'll keep you on your feet.
Probably heal. Is there still people over here?
The air reporting. Let's get them off the payload.
I don't think I'm gonna play Wu Yang into a fucking widow. A lot easier for my anxious ass to feel comfortable. Honestly, I'm surprised. Cons make me incredibly uncomfortable. I will not lie to you. The crowds fucking are the worst thing. It's even more problematic when they smell of BO.
Yeah. Oof. God, this guy is just not it, I think. That's the point, though.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Holy, he's gaming. Get the horse noise. Get the horse noise. Never mind.
Nice.
Good job, everyone.
2 episodes of Spider Noir?
Parentheses, I
What
did
is
nothing.
Spider Noir? like a superhero thing.
It's a Spider-Man thing, but it's like a crime 1920s noir style Spider-Man. Isn't it a spin-off from the Spider-Verse movie?
Man's one here. And the Junkrat too.
They have 3 DPS. Oh, they did. Interesting.
And the cat.
Ah, they walked away. Not her though. Hate this freak. Give me Emery.
Shouldn't do this while we wait for people to get back.
Ow, that hurts.
Yeah, usually.
A sniper. Watch your head.
Nice.
Sick.
Nice.
Christ.
Can I break that? Oh, nice.
Bum 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 bum. Dude, it's a private eye just trying to get by. Nicolas Cage? Oh, when you said Spider Noir, I assumed it was gonna be something animated.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so he just voices?
Yeah. Oh.
Trying to fucking. Fuck's sake, fuck off! I was trying to kill the widow. Oh my god, we're all so dead. It's a full live action series, I see.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Platform does do something against the result if it raises fast enough. I was just too slow.
No, I'm not an expert, but I think the problem is that the resource is pulled into our team.
Yeah. It's a slight miscalculation of who is in front of you.
I was just too slow on it. I have blocked the Risa ults with Life Weaver.
Foxes aren't known for like depth perception. Not known for a lot, to be honest.
A big hug for large friend. Get inside.
So true. Maybe I should insta-lock Hammond the next time I play.
I can't believe she jump shotted and hit that, man.
This widow is fucking nutty.
It's just like actually crazy. She had like 40 HP. I was like, I can hit that. I could not hit that. Holy fuck, she's crazy. I'm coming.
Oh.
I was gonna fucking pull you. Ooh, that's not who I wanted to pull! Winter!
Yeah,
Move your fucking fat father!
Didn't mean to be there, bro.
The audacity to thank me afterwards, too.
Cause I just default do it, you know? I wanna get flamed for me, like I never get thanked when I'm healing. Really?
Grab it back of your head and slam it into the floor.
They're taking our payload? No shot.
Dude, someone spectate this widow. There's no way. In our collective elo, there can be someone this decent at this character. They have a Moira? They have a Mercy too.
How did they get the
Chat.
They had Juno, so
I'm flanking. Hey guys. I can't believe they just. That was. Who'd I pull? Who's fucking.
Again.
Wait, no, I meant to pull you. You were 2 HP, but you didn't.
Oh, why didn't I come then? That's weird.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Get over here!
Get over here.
Behind. I'm treeing.
Life protects life.
Everyone run away from the tree. That's okay too. I used my pedal. Don't get caught by her ult. What did I just say?
Too late.
No,
Ooh,
everyone
nice.
get caught by every ult ever. She's on the right there. Don't peek right. Don't peek right. No, I got hit by that. I'm gonna lose my mind. Started off in the Spider-Verse stuff. He played the voice there, and Amazon picked up an 8 episodes. Oh, it's an Amazon series.
Something for the state. Nice to be patient for a change.
I was coming back. He's coming back.
People have a hate for
Oh,
most
press
things
A.
Nicolas Cage. I think he's a miracle worker. Wait, why do people like hate him so much?
Because he takes any. There was a period where he was taking any film that basically got thrown at him, regardless of like what the script
I think this is over. This with no one can
Yeah.
like kill this widow. I fucked up my fucking tree.
Eyes on the sky!
I was hoping it would be Widowmaker, because so I could see the fucking POV. Jesus fucking Christ. 30 limbs, bro.
It was nothing, really.
Jesus wept. Listen to me, Nicolas Cage looks like the lead singer of Nickelback. I think they share an uncanny resemblance that isn't
named
talked
after
about
him.
enough. Huh?
They got named after him.
What do you mean?
Nicolas Cage, Nickelback.
Oh. Cool. Who do I want to play?
I don't know. Tell me.
Is that Aatrox?
Of course.
That does that. That does that. That does
My
that.
problem with Hammond is the keybinds. I probably need to change them because I keep pressing shift thinking I'm gonna go to the ground. I need to press control.
The eye will not fail. The hand will not flinch.
Oh, it is extra health. It isn't shield.
Each one a meditation.
Well, you didn't believe me when I told you that?
No.
Well,
5, 4,
Yeah, I saw soup.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong button again. Don't worry, I've done 45 damage and 50 healing.
Okay.
I'm sure it would be a really good idea if I went on the point on my own.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
was that a mouse or was that Winter? What's that?
I don't know. I think something got in there. That's crazy.
Probably about that.
Sure, it's not a problem.
Hammond gun looks like I like him, but the movement gives me stomach ulcers. Yeah, there's a bit of nuance to playing the Hammond. Listen, I get to grief with a hero that I don't know how to play sometimes too.
It's all good. We're chilling. Who is mogging me? Where did Hatsu come from?
It works on a heat basis, so. Yeah, I got Sierra. I don't know if I can play this. Oh, I've no, 62% ult charge. I don't know if I can play him into these. But we'll try and stick it out.
I gotta reload.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Sierra.
I can't fucking. Dude, how do people get so much speed with this guy? I don't get it. What am I missing here?
You have to just get momentum. Grapple in. Oh, fucking way, bro.
She just fucking melted me.
Yes.
Oh, I'll figure it out.
Jesus fucking Sierra! I'm like basically a sitting duck for this. I'll use my ult and I'll swap.
Oh.
I will not grief the
Oh,
game
God.
that much. Just a little bit.
I thought that was reloading.
There's an echo here.
Ah! I got tracking darted, sorry.
Holy shit, okay. Alright, what tank do I want to play into? Hazard or Mothra? Orisa maybe?
Hazard.
I want to play Hazard.
You're right, sorry, I wouldn't wish that upon you. My fault.
Stop the payload from moving!
Careful now. What can I say except you're welcome?
Step right.
I didn't get to use my ult. I'm just like that McCree. Sorry, Cassidy. Horse? Hammond into horse. Someone endorse me? Probably someone from the enemy team being like, thank you for being our 6th teammate. 7th teammate. Oh god, it's warm.
Yes. Absolutely is.
Where it's due.
I think I might jump out on that one because it's very warm in this room.
No worries, thank you for playing.
Yeah. No worries, thank you for the games, thank you.
Bye-bye, good luck for the games.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay, I think Block is joining, so... I am sorry for my Hammond game. I will be back to support duty.
Oh, you have to make up for it with a Sigma game. No, Doomfist.
How is that gonna make up for it? That's gonna make things worse. What do you mean?
No. It'll improve, trust.
Right, okay. This guy just made this Zenyatta noise. And they say. What does that mean? People spam that voice line?
Damn it, it's like what we did with the Hanzo voice line.
The Shimada Empire.
Yeah.
The Shimada Empire. The Shimada Empire. Well, it must be a lot more popular because that's what the voice actor did for the anniversary, right?
Yeah, it's a popular thing. I'm just saying.
Alright, what loser voted for Runa Sapi?
I did.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I asked. I knew that you would vote Runa Sapi.
Because it's like the best push map.
Okay, but we have a control right here.
It was a random though. Perfectly good random. That's all I'm saying.
You can grow up.
What do you mean, dude?
What do I want to play on Oasis? Dude, I've actually been enjoying missing everything on Kiriko lately, so I'm just gonna play Kiriko.
Okay, just do that.
I want to hear if it make the kissy noise again. I want to see if that's like a thing.
No,
the
I don't
skin
want to
does.
hear that. Did like all of them leave? Oh no, 2 of them left.
We gonna make a good team. I can feel it.
No, I just looked at my shop. I have that skin as well. Went there.
You should get it.
And they say,
Absolutely not.
away you go.
What do you
Why is it,
Away you go.
why is it spelt like that in the subtitles? He's just saying away ye go. Why is
Because
it
an
spelled
American
like a
wrote that
one
and
word?
translated that, of course.
Translated? It's English!
And
That's it.
I just whiffed everything and took a lot of damage.
Hello.
I
There's a Doomfist here.
gonna get you.
Alright,
I jumped off the
Genji,
edge.
say less. I'm not playing Kiriko anymore.
I think I need to uninstall the game.
Finally.
that was rough. One back though.
Oh, you're dead.
No, I'm an angel, don't kill me. No, Doofus.
Thank you, Walk.
I will make use of this.
Oh, they have a widow now.
They've had it with us since the
Had the
start.
Really? I've not heard her fire that sniper until just now.
Billy. It's on the point.
See them in the fucking corner there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Progress is seldom won with ease.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
You can't fly. Fall.
Holy shit, nice ult. Ow. Kiriko didn't die.
No, fuck, I didn't get to.
Genji hasn't ulted. Nice. Oh, you just have the one healer.
Great minds are always executed.
Best round.
Your hand is within my reach.
Score 0-1.
We can do this if they only have one healer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
They have Emery, Widow. Do they have another tank or is it another? No, they only had like Doomfist and.
They're two
Alright.
tanks. They can only, I think 2 is the max tanks you can have, but you can have any amount of DPS and or the other ones.
Ow.
Other names. Stay away from me. Ah.
The objective is
Nice. Oh, there's a fucking Widow up there.
Widow up there.
Get out of there!
It's crazy she just like let us camp the point and she's still up there.
That's a Widowmaker for you. Jesus.
Sniper, we have unwelcome guests on the objective.
I have an idea.
Get fucked with this.
I could just kill myself. Look at my guy. Thanks for the self-care check. What ice cream did you get? Wait, you did not get the ice cream? No!
Let the dragon consume you.
Devastating. You got any juice? Maybe you can make like an ice lolly of your own.
What the fuck? Nice. Nice.
Bring in the rain.
Bring in the rain. Got some stuff to make ice. Because I didn't buy it before coming here. And some Pepsi. Wait, stuff to make ice? Oh, it's like your tap water not usable. Okay, hear me out. Oh wait, I can't. You can't pick more than one tank. I was gonna pick Winston. We have fucking 3 tanks, and I will just go and make the Widowmaker's life a misery.
Alright, let's focus up.
Oh, the ice tray, I see.
You can do that without being a tank.
You could be Vendetta.
Yeah, I'm sure that will go well.
It's like basically
What's your
the same
suggestion,
mechanics as
though?
Winston.
Now's our last chance. We've got this.
You also gonna tell me to go Vendetta?
No. I'm curious who you were going to suggest. I think Emery could also work too, actually, for being like a fucking ass.
God, fucking damn. Go, who are you gonna suggest? Is my mic muted?
Genji?
Hello?
I'm fighting on the point.
Are you using your mouth on the mouse or keyboard or something?
I'm focusing.
Was locked in. Give me a minute.
I know it's a novel concept for you.
Kill him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say there's some class of characters that are called flankers. Jump in.
I really killed the Widow.
Oh, so he is suggesting Vendetta, yeah.
I don't know who else I would play. I just play Bastion. Play Mei? No thank you. Ew.
Objective in my court.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Incoming. You can't.
I don't know where that one went.
Thank you.
I was trying. Sorry, Glock. Remember, you can shoot the... I don't know why I kept shooting him after that, but...
Me too, dude. Oh, fuck off.
He's just on me. Torbjorn? I'm not playing Torbjorn.
I'm overloading. Yeah, I think it was pretty accurate.
I got ult again soon. I've died 11 times, I'm so sorry. It's a little too late to pick Torbjorn, and Torbjorn is... The Domina is just gonna ult and... Not ult, sorry. Fucking... Get this Widow slip here. Oh. I had ult, but... Touch the point. It's over. Unlucky.
It's over.
When the core ain't molten. Man, we really suck into Widowmakers, huh?
But
Yeah.
like, what do you mean when you like you're supposed to just not get headshot or?
Buddy, myself. Yeah. Wow, look at all those rocket punch kills. Good job, dude. Hey, what's up, Frankie?
What's 9 plus 10?
That's all.
21.
Choose your map.
Oh, free thinkers, rise up.
Yes, the Chris doesn't like King's Row. Can't vote King's Row. Iconwald!
Oh, yeah!
Where the fuck did this come from?
Somehow it got even better.
Jesus Christ. Wait, so between King's Row and Iconwald, what would you pick, Winter?
I could, well, probably that's what I did last time.
That makes his brain fucking hurt.
It does make my brain hurt, though, to be honest. Like, it genuinely upsets me to have to pick between the two of them.
King's Row. I won't pick King's Row because if Chris is playing, Chris doesn't like King's Row.
This should be fun.
I just love King's Row, though, you know?
Was there only one person that voted random?
Alright, let's
I
hook
voted
up.
random. There's 3 people that voted random.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Oh, watch out, guys. They have Jerking Jack and Mocking Mans.
I don't remember which one that is.
Portal 2.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Oh, they're just all there.
Everyone hydrated? Can't have it getting worse.
Bye, Lucio. Bye, Lucio. Hi, thanks.
Please, I just...
Oh, my HP disappeared.
Yes!
Listen, they have a Symmetra. She was eating my HP.
Feeling better, I
Lucio on the left.
No,
Okay,
wait, retreat. My bad.
Someone's on the point.
Probably Lucio.
Go away.
Perfect choice. But you. The tree is falling. Take care.
Let's see.
The warmth of firelight.
Oh,
The numbers.
Can't. Guys are on the other side of the wall.
Stay here.
Fucking Lucio's over here again.
yeah, one of them was on the point.
Yeah, I know. I was just stood there with him.
No.
Heroes never die.
I can't save all that.
Time for the reckoning.
You still got hit by that? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Every healer should have a 0.01% chance of saying counter ult bitch when they pop it. What if it's not a counter ult then? It would sound really silly.
Back again for another try.
Wipe them off the payload.
Over here!
Yeah, you stand right there, soldier. My fault, I guess. I don't know why the soldier
Lucio is
just
behind
didn't-
us. He'll be looking to fucking... No, you tried to boot me off. You're not gonna get to sit there and fucking... I swear to God. I can't. I just fucking fell off the edge. Unprovoked! Oh dear.
สงสัยต้องลองวิธีอื่นละ
Make them regret.
Living dangerously.
Serve by design.
That's crazy. That waste.
Well, my bad.
Time for the reckoning.
I should probably known you were gonna ult, but you're very low health, so I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, there's...
Push them back. Emre report.
I'll find my own.
Very kills rough.
Oh dear!
Okay.
Oh, this is a Drunkard. Yeah, Drunkard Queens is really bugged for some reason. They still haven't fixed it.
Time for the reckoning!
Cursed.
Epic.
Winner. It was nothing, really.
Oh, rough one. Background Fat Hammond isn't real, he can't hurt me. About that. What's the level of like the battle pass? The max 200? I'm level 220. I've been playing this game way too much. I didn't buy any levels, by the way.
I'd be worried if you did.
Thing's gonna pop up in my nightmares or your dreams. I mean, look, I should buy a skin for Hammond. Hammond's got like one of the best skins in the game. Look at him. I should buy it. It's a big pumpkin. It's literally me. Thank you for playing,
His best
Skrissa.
skip is the Asmodan.
Wait, he has an Asmodan skin?
Yeah.
Ew! He's even got the fucking nipple rings! That's... They didn't need to do all that. They could have put that on the mech. They could have put those on the mech. They didn't need to do all that. The mech is sick, though. His nipples have jigglyfish. Why do you know that?
Question.
Oh my god. Oh! Oh no! Peepsias and crustacean. Oh, the crustacean one is a little cute there. Because you can see the eyes of the mech. Oh, is Lucio boy? I was expecting him to just be a football. 8-ball, high roller. Hey, the 8-ball one is cool. It's a bit like gambling. With the tuxedo. Why is he so green? Why is he so fucking green? Alright, yeah, sorry, I was delaying a bit there. We got a message. It's probably time for me to go and set up with Autumn, but thank you guys for playing.
Hey,
The honeycomb one.
Thanks for playing.
We didn't lose all of them, so that's good. Dude, Hammond has some sick skins. Alright, you guys, take care.
Have fun with your wife.
I will. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you guys for playing, I appreciate it. Okay, so... We'll do this ahead of time. And this too. Alright, so I am probably going to BRB for a wee bit. I'm gonna go and set up for some gaming with Autumn, so I'll move over to the screen. I'll probably stretch my legs and stuff as well. There's a new kitten on the apartment below. Friends? Alright, ads are playing anyway, so that's a good timing. So yeah, I will go move on to the BRB screen. You can watch some clips while I set up with Autumn. We'll probably have a wee nather and stuff. So we might be a wee bit, but you know, if you feel like sticking around, I appreciate it. Maybe get up yourselves, get yourselves something to drink, stay very cool, and whatnot. And yeah, I'll be right back. Damn it! You're such a bastard! Oh, I'm all the way at the bottom. I dropped things. Oh, you're such a dick, you fucker! Up like 3 times. There's like, I was like slowed or whatever. I'm just getting into the car now. Why is the car cabled to the ground? Are you trolling me? Bantamie! What the fuck is that? Why was the car attached to the ground?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's okay. War crimes later today, yeah? Was it Wednesday today, yeah? Oh shit, yeah. Wait, no, don't make me yeah. I'm not on cat mode, you fucker. I'm doing like 7 things at the same time. I'll need to spin another punishment wheel then because Nate donated gifted 5 subs. I'm having a hard time. A banana! It is not a banana! It's a moon! It's a moon! As a non-English British person, there's a... Oh. I'm actually not gonna indulge in this discourse. It's not a banana, it's a moon! Did you guys not watch my lore? Where in the lore was there a banana? Not so, baby. Wait, he appears to only use snake Pokemon. Wait, what do you mean only? I just seen him with an Arbok. I just thought he was a poison type person. That look is giving me your disgusting vibe. No. Nah, who would be into that kind of... Nah. Who would... Oh, excuse me. Who would... Why am I zoomed in? Don't poke my nose. I bet you guys don't even wash your hands. Door. I've opened the door.
Down there.
It's really dark. To be fair, it's really dark.
Okay, right. We can leave then. Wait, are you?
Okay.
Wait, no. It's...
Oh.
That's not what I said.
Just sending stuff to
Send
camp, so
to
like all
camp.
the food.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I lost a baby. What?
My condolences.
She's not. She's not working, is she? She's not working. Oh no! Oh no! When we needed her most, she left. Hello, Marine. How's it going? She was here like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, she's like, fuck you. Nice, we have enough, nya.
Oh my god. The whole cart's gone.
Can't believe that fucking happened, dude.
It's just gone.
Why is my car tilted? Why is my... Wait, what?
Out. Oh, there we go.
No fucking shot!
What? What's up, honey? What's up?
I'm devastated.
What?
So, you know how you just said something. Happy birthday! It's not my birthday. Happy birthday, Winter. It's Winter's birthday, though. Oh, ooh. Fuck! 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 Oh, fuck me, they won. That was just salt in the wound, bro.
Worm!
What's that, garlic?
Worm!
I gotta look. Oh, a little.
It wants to evolve, but it cannot do so alone. It must commune with another. What are you?
You're eating
seeps through your veins as the tadpole awakens. It's yearning.
He was like...
Double kill. Triple kill. Don't get caught. Still
Must construct additional pylons or whatever. Nice. Yeah, ping me again, you Muradin bastard. GG. Kiss my Probius butt. Kiss my Probius butt. Oh, I was just gonna...
Yeah, I usually just sell the bloodstones.
I made art.
Did you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I have something in my eye. it's... it's just so beautiful.
Night trash can, sleep well. Thank you for stopping by.
Bro, listen. I got hit with a fucking luster purge.
Let it be known that I have not been responsible for a single loss of my Pokemon with the team that I have.
Okay. Okay.
I'm doomed.
But-
I'm not allowed to steal
but-
type Pokemon. It's over.
But lust.
Sableye is going in B because even though they're not someone I would have in my party, they look like a little fucking minion, like a goon, like a real bad guy goon. You know what I mean? Like a little like kind of guy that would go, yeah, yeah, you know? That's my bad guy, my bad guy goon noise. How far is this fucking freak gonna fall? Okay, there we go. Oh no, fuck. Why? Where is it? Oh, it's
I don't even see it, dude.
It's coming.
It's
coming.
You got oh my.
We cured them of their scare.
I need to rest. The sunset can't come quickly enough.
Da 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 da. Okay.
I am a fairy, thank you. And she was a fairy.
Addicted to Subnautica. I don't think I'll ever play that game myself personally. I feel like I haven't had pizza in ages. People. Foxes. Foxeye. Fox. In brackets derogatory. I like pumpkins. I do love pumpkins. I like pumpkins a lot. Do you know how people like stamps so they collect them? Or cars so they collect them? I'm like that with pumpkins. I like pumpkins. If I see something that's a pumpkin, I'll be like, I want that in my home.
Don't get Gengared.
Listen here, pal. Listen here, buddy. What was that noise? Can we clip that? Can someone isolate the noise that he just made? Winter, can you turn that into a soundboard?
No,
noise?
Winter, don't turn that into a soundboard. Right, come on, let's...
I'm a god. I became a god. I've had a taste of power, and now. Oh no! Get up! Oh, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked, guys. I'm fucked.
No idea where you are.
I'm so good. Roundhouse kicked. What are you talking about? Hey, I got a Monstermon now. We take those. So basically, in the last game, this guy lost. He was.
What do you mean?
What the?
Oh my god! Go, you need to go look at what's
I'm busy.
Oh. Why do I look like that?
Move. You need to move. And then have
Oh,
a
he's
look.
got the fucking.
He's
Oh
got
my
the book. I was like, why are you moving the capstan while you're clapping? I don't know when she planned on starting. Maybe in about like either 20 minutes or it'll be like half an hour or something like that. No! I'm so sad. Huh? You think this is funny? I'm trying to be a caring, considerate crow over here. And y'all are just like, in my face. Hmm? Call me
What?
Snowy.
Oh.
What? You know what they used to call me, Goat.
Oh. No, I'll let you say it.
No. What did they used to call me?
Oh my god, you're gonna make me say it?
Yeah.
I used to call her fucking God the Rock or whatever.
Yeah. They got a pumpkin on their head! Oi!
Woo! It would be totally fun to just start playing the game and like not say a word.
Yeah, if we just
One of
completely
these
ignored everyone, we
days.
just start like, hey, okay, so what we're doing here, we're gonna go and fuck some shit up with the Cazador and chat can be the third wheel, you know?
I mean, that is our Wednesdays. Do you guys like the cuck chair?
The cuck chat. Ash crazy. I would never say something like that. Even though I just did. The heat is making us a little delirious, I ain't gonna lie, guys.
I have air conditioning. I have no excuse.
Shh, they don't know that. Well, now they do, but they didn't before. We need that that Will Smith flash from Men in Black.
Oh my god.
Anyway, welcome to Baldur's Gate 3.
Welcome to Baldur's Gate 3.
Go on.
I'm
What were you saying?
sleepy. I slept poorly. That's not an excuse either. I would probably say what I said anyway.
Yes, own it. Yeah, welcome to Baldur's Gate 3. We are I'll do a little yappy yap catch up. It's my first playthrough. I'm playing with Autumn. She's over here on my right, your guys' left. Technically. I am a druid. She is a bard. I am doing a dirge playthrough. It was completely unintentional. I didn't mean to pick this. I probably would have still picked it, given, you know, if I knew what I was doing, but I accidentally picked this instead of, like, just the standard main character. I thought I was playing the standard main character. We're in Act 3. We've done some crimes. Lots of crimes. I haven't been arrested for mine. Autumn has, like, 3 times. So, you know, and she's not
I'm
a
a
dirge,
criminal. Yeah.
So, yeah. We are in Cazador's dungeons, so we've been fucking around in Baldur's Gate for a wee bit. We basically picked up a fuck ton of quests, and we have stumbled upon Cazador's dungeon. So I'm assuming we're gonna progress Astarion's questline, because we did a fair bit of Shart's questline earlier, so I guess it's just time to do a bit of Astarion's too.
Yeah, I don't think we're done with hers entirely, but we definitely
we need to find her parents, right?
Yeah, I think so, Nia.
Yeah.
I haven't done that in my own personal playthrough, Nia. Oop.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be a surprise for us all then.
Yup, yeah.
Cool. Ah, imagine having to do that. Not me. Never me.
What'd you say?
Although, I did consider the Nyang. So, I have a proposition for you. Oh, my fucking...
Let me hear it, yeah.
They have introduced custom power-ups now. I'm not sure if you're aware, but you can make channel point redeems that cost money to... like, bits. So I personally think you should make cat mode one of those instead of making it 10,000 channel points. I was going to do the same, but I was going to make like a 5-minute one that they could redeem for the max. However, the max is 10,000 bits. And as extortionate of a price that is, I feel like someone would be stupid enough to redeem it.
It's me. Yeah.
And yeah, because we had a conversation earlier. I don't know if you remember the raisin incident. I had a joke, like individual donation incentive for an event a while back, where if they donated like 1,000 in one go, I would eat a small box of raisins, and I had to eat 3 boxes of raisins that event. It was, so I think that I'm not going to take advantage of that, but I think you totally should. I think people should actually start paying their taxes, and instead of their, like, you know, shroomy taxes, they should be paying their cat taxes, you know?
There are no taxes in the garden, yeah.
There's always taxes. The IRS will find a way.
No. There's no IRS in the garden.
Do they know that? Did the IRS know that?
They don't know that the garden exists, yeah.
Shh. No squealers.
Don't rat me out, yeah.
No squealers.
No squealers, yeah.
But yeah, we are, I think we just dropped down into Cazador's dungeon after we did a bunch of exploring in the mansion, and then we realized, hang on a second, this fucking place is huge. What the fwick? Are you being pelted by something?
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. I know, I'm probably just like this on your side.
It's very funny.
I'm so sorry if that's happening. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't
I'm getting hit. I don't know how to reduce the strength, so I've just kept it. Yeah.
Look, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
What it is. But yeah, so let me open the map. Yep, wearing dungeon.
We are in a dungeon, yeah.
He is over the left there, but I see that, like, there's 2...
They should all be running.
Like, Oh, this is just a chasm.
What in the hells? I never knew any of this was here.
What do you mean you didn't know this was here? Do you think we can jump down there? Is that like a skip? Wait, let me save as well. Be okay.
As you're already flying down.
What's down here? Hello? Oh, I hear people. Oh wait, is this like a...
What's that?
Oh, there's dirt. What is going on? There's just like shit here. Well. What is it? Oh, is this a trap? Oh, it is.
I don't know.
trap.
I can't see Nya. Oh. I'm finding.
Uh-oh.
Stuff. Yeah. You alright, Nya? Oh.
Did it destroy everything inside, or is that what this is here?
Just like the door to the ballroom upstairs. This
Oh,
door
sorry,
features
yeah.
no keyhole.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
It does have an indentation for a signet ring.
Oh. I guess we have the ring, yeah. It's been a hot minute since we played Baldur's Gate, yeah. I don't remember what we have anymore.
Yeah, we do. That's how we got in here in the first place.
Assailing you
Ah,
with pungent,
yeah.
musty air.
Oh no, we found our way into the crack den.
I don't know,
What is
Nya.
this?
There's also a crypt gate over here, Nya.
No one uses like a rapier, right? So
I don't think
there's a
so,
bunch of
Nya.
doors over here. Someone was talking
Like
here.
the door to the ballroom upstairs.
Are they gonna do this
door
every
features
time?
No keyhole, but does have an indentation.
Are we just
for a
gonna-
signet ring?
Is this what we're gonna get every
I
time?
guess, Nya. Oh, there's stuff in here.
This place is fucking huge.
I'll tell you what I find while I'm up here, Nya.
Okay, there's nothing.
Because there's
way.
quite a few things, Nya.
Okay.
Letter to Mrel Alchem? Yeah? Mrel Alchem, I suppose, as you say, that you have a reason to be proud of an expansion of the vampire circle in your city. Yeah. Of course, I'm so sorry.
Take care,
The
trash
Nyas
can.
really
Thank you so
add
much
to
for
the
stopping
lore.
by.
Of course,
Give it a look.
Ethkatla is more homogenous than Baldur's Gate, and you face fewer challenges from other factions and law enforcement, but still accept my kudos on your progress there, Nya. Enjoy your success while you can, Alchem, for I'm afraid that very soon it will be surpassed by my situation in Baldur's Gate. Definitively so, Nya. I am on the verge... Wow, bragging much, Nya? I'm on the verge of a long-planned transformation that entirely changes the rules of the game, Nya. Too long have I been content to be merely a major city's vampire lord when I can be so much more, Nya. And I shall, Nya. But that's all I'll say about...
more, yeah. This
So
diabolical.
much more, Nya. But that's all I can say about the matter at present, young Alchem, Nya. After all, we mustn't give away the surprise entirely, Nya. Cazador, yeah? Love Cazador.
All the best, Cazador.
Yep. All the best, Nya. Best wishes, Nya.
Oh my god.
This is a journal of Cazador's thoughts and concerns about the power structure of Baldur's Gate and how the changing balance between the factions affects his own ability to operate in the city without interference or competition. Yeah. That was a long-winded sentence, yeah. The most recent notes at the end relate to the old problem of Nine Fingers and the Guild and new concerns about the ambitious young Lord Gortash. Yeah. Cazador's worries about the Guild revolve around the rise of brash new criminal kingpin known as the Stone Man and what it might mean for the Gate's underworld if Nine Fingers is replaced, yeah. Meanwhile, the upstart Gortash is fielding prototypes of his Steel Watchers in the city streets. Are they capable to detect and damage Cazador's vampire spawn, yeah? lore. Yeah.
Oh, you can just jump down here.
What's in here?
Ooh, this is a journal handwritten by a vampire known only as Lady Incognita, in which she describes 2 different blood diseases that, if contracted by ingestion of infected blood, might inconvenience a vampire with a brief illness. The bulk of the text is descriptions of symptoms and disease and diagnosis of red thrombosis and Thandel's paroxysm. Yeah.
One day
Fancy words,
Wait.
magic man.
I'm gonna have to call my mom and ask her to see if she has any nurse wisdom about red thrombosis and Thandel's paroxysm. Lady Incognita notes that with a vampire's superior senses, it's possible to train oneself to recognize infected prey by scent before biting them, yeah. Red thrombosis by a piquant? Don't know that word, yeah. Gingery odor, and the paroxysm by a sharp astringency, yeah. Very, very good words. Whoop, sorry, Nia.
You're fine. I'm just chilling.
Empty eye sockets flare with an
Plug in my
eldritch
keyboard.
gleam. You feel invited somehow to witness the skull's memories. It seems urgent. This skull is all that remains of the vampire Velioth. He turned Cazador, gave him the gift, and then taught him the rules of vampiric existence.
Okay.
Oh, Lord Wisdom.
I'm not very wise.
Girl, we are not very wise.
Oh, but am I wise enough? Yeah.
Nice.
Just barely.
Is always to dominate. Allow none to be your equal. Velioth recalls when Cazador reached out to a former friend. His punishment was to watch as Velioth drained his friend dry.
Drained his friend dry. Okay, second lesson. Okay, please. Oh. Ooh.
It's okay, we can all have a go, right?
Maybe?
You were distracted by an errant thought and
Oops.
lose the thread of Velioth's lesson.
You didn't take your ADHD meds.
Velioth recalls when Cazador rebelled against
This is
him.
a kind reminder to make sure that you
Cazador
take your
suffered
adequately
11
dosed doctor-prescribed
years of
medications on
impalement
time.
Because he failed.
Drugs.
Drugs, but appropriately prescribed. Let's try this for the third lesson. Ah, very good.
Velioth's third lesson is to act not in haste.
I hope we don't have to
Mere
remember this.
mortal has time to
I hope
time to
not
act
either.
Only when others will
I hope
pay the
Chad are writing
price
this down.
of action.
Are you guys taking notes? This will be
Velioth
on the test
recalls
later.
Cazador, his lessons learned, killing him in the rite of perfect slaughter.
Perfect
They both
slaughter.
laughed. Velioth recalls Cazador boiling the flesh from his skull, and then, to mock him, clamping his schooling scroll in Velioth's jaws. The skull's eyes flash a final time, and its jaws sag open.
Oh.
The scroll with all of Cazador's rituals is yours. Velioth is no more.
That works.
Velioth is officially dead, and now I have a scroll, I guess. Gosh dang it. All right, the scroll. Okay, the scroll that I just got. Unfurling the scroll reveals a list of foul rites and rituals, detailing all the ways death can be turned to one's advantage, or simply made more interesting. The rite of perfect slaughter, the liturgy of the dead, and the sacrament of the damned, and many more strange, accursed rituals cover the parchment. The final entry, however, is familiar. The rite of profane ascension. Piteous? Piteous?
Yes.
Words are hard. I'm going to look up the proper pronunciation of this because this is going to be upsetting.
That's fine. Whatever makes you comfortable.
Piteous? Piteous. Piteous, like pity. Got it.
Pity us.
Oh, piteous dead, oh, ravenous dead, immortality is your gift, but darkness is your prison, and hunger its gaoler. It's jailer, I mean. Oh my gosh, I forget that that's jail. I forget that that's jail. Gaoler. Jailer. Gosh, freaking dang it. Jailer. The rite of profane ascension will release you, walk in the sun, suffer not from hunger, grow your power beyond anything you imagined. A pact has been made with the Lord of Hellfire. Deliver unto him 7,000 souls, each bearing an infernal mark, and you shall be free of your chains. You shall know true power. Deliver the souls, speak the words. Esse Dominus has animis offero in sacrificio. Nunc volo pastatem quam policitus es mihi.
Beautiful.
So that's a fun read.
Like, does Astarion have anything to say about that? What are your thoughts?
This is all so grand. To think, it was just sitting here, lurking under the floor. I don't know. It feels older than that. Who knows how old? But Cazador will want a grand space for his ascension. A venue like this feels perfect.
Look at the state
Now
of
we
me.
just need to see what lies at the heart of this
You look
place.
beautiful.
Holy crap.
As always.
Okay, so...
Ooh, a scroll of names. Names, thousands of them. Many of the surnames would be familiar to a Baldarian, though some of those near the beginning of the list are families now long disappeared. This is a list of names of people dating back centuries, but continuing right up to the present day.
Interesting.
He's probably been trying to complete the ascension thing then, because if you have to collect 7,000 souls or whatever the heck.
Yeah. And we're just gonna take it.
This is our home now. The Journal of
Yeah.
Cazador Czar. Oh, it's another journal. This dude likes to frickin' scrapbook, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
It records the movements and actions of his spawn with particular attention paid to Astarion. Every order, failure, and punishment is recorded with cold calculation. Only the most recent entries seem to betray any emotion. Astarion failed to return from his hunt this night. Godi informed he will have the pliers ready when the boy shows himself again. Still missing, I ought not to be surprised. The boy has always been troublesome, but to disappear now when we are all but ready, it's inconscionable? Sure. Even for him. I have dispatched the brood. They will find him and bring him home. And when they do, I will make him scream for this. Promise?
He was kidnapped.
Astarion? Well, true. Unless he ran away before.
I guess we'll never know.
Maybe. Unless we get more of that information in this quest line.
Maybe.
What are you snacking on?
I'm just biting my lip.
Okay.
Or the inside of a mat. Sorry.
No,
It's
you're
a pretty
good.
bad habit.
I'm always like, I wonder what she's eating. Whenever I see your model, like, because it's so good at the tracking, I'm like, I wonder what she's eating. Whenever I see you going,
I'm
I
just
gotta know.
fidgeting.
You usually have like the best snacks. That's why I gotta ask. It has been days and he is still missing. No amount of pain has motivated his brothers and sisters to find him. It seems Baldur's Gate has swallowed him whole. I am searching further afield, but my reach outside the city is limited. In the meantime, the hunt continues here.
Cool.
Del Ria and Petrus returned from today's hunt, rushing to report that they had seen him in Worm's Crossing. Their tale was fanciful, but they believe it to be true. Astarion standing in the sun's light, willing and able to disobey me? Inconceivable. It seems he has become more than troublesome. He is now a liability, but he will be brought to heel. He will come home, take his place with the others, and complete his purpose. My spawn fail me. Astarion eludes me. I will have my due.
So
okay,
cocky,
whatever
holy
you
shit.
say. Huh?
Well, this guy is so cocky.
I know. Be a shame if he died.
Yeah. Or not. It wouldn't be a shame.
Or not. We align with him. We're like, yeah, sure. What can you do for us?
My guts through this hell.
So there's some yapping people up here.
Hollow-eyed
Oh.
faces stare out of the cells.
I just
Some
walked far
eager
enough.
eyes, but most
It's
look away.
okay.
There's an almost physical stink of decay and neglect.
Please. What are you?
So I'm a bard. Busy, that's what I The dichotomy of our characters is perfect. It's so good. That's what the dirge wants me to say. Oh my gosh. Okay, real quick though, to be fair, I know that earlier you said, "Oh, I picked the dirge on accident," even though you probably would have picked it anyway. I think Larian said that canonically, dirge is like
Oh yeah.
the main
yeah.
storyline, like how
Yeah.
they imagined if it was like you got to play one character.
Yeah.
Dirge
like,
is what
dirge-
you would play.
It doesn't lock you in, does it? You can always fight the dirge, right? It doesn't necessarily mean you're inherently like grr.
Yeah, you can fight the dirge. Mhm.
Yeah.
You don't
yeah.
have to, because like you're given the option usually, whenever there's
Yeah.
like an event that could happen.
Dirge
You
is
could
just
be like,
how
oh,
IRL anyway, apparently.
Restrain. Apparently, it's what?
It's just me IRL anyway.
No, it's not.
I'm an angel.
You are. You're my angel. You're like a bowl of honey bunches of oats. I'm a friend. Who are you?
I'm
Sebastian, that guy's a butler. Butlers are either named Alfred or Sebastian. If you're named Alfred or Sebastian, you are a butler.
It was all so long.
Or a crab.
The last thing I remember, I was drinking with a pale, beautiful elf. We laughed. We kissed. We stumbled back to this palace and then it gets so dark. I woke up here.
Yeah, honestly, Dirge is super interesting.
Under the grime, you can see how pale he is. You can see the hunger in his eyes.
Look,
in all
we
of
can't
their
free
eyes.
any of them.
Each one is an emaciated, starving
Not
vampire.
yet. If they're still here after the
than
Ascension, then
You can see
maybe.
that each prisoner is marked with a scar.
Oh, never mind.
the same
Unlucky,
as
Chief.
One of the runes from Astarion's back.
I like your halo.
Thank you.
I don't think I have like any horns or anything. What do I have? I have a duck. I have you as a bean.
Oh, yeah.
I have poppy ears. I have a baseball cap. I have the ears. Oh, I have you as a crow. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. I have the Cult of the Lamb crown. I have a ditto.
Are you sure you don't have any horns? There are some that should be inbuilt too.
Oh wait, I do! Oh
Yeah.
my god, you're right! Guys!
There are some that are built in. Wait, I
Oh
can
my
like
god.
think.
Oh my god. I'm done. Hehehe. Is this the... Yeah, this is the right horn. Oh, frick. It doesn't want to stay very nicely. Maybe, hold on. How do you change the halo to be a different color? If you know.
When you go to put it on at the bottom, under where it says like pin and stuff like that, it says configure the item, and then you can edit the expressions on it, and then you just turn off the dark or turn. I think it's by default it's on dark, so there you go.
So, oh, I pinned it. Well, I've got a drippy, I got a literally drippy. That's fine.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, it's fine. We're so good. We're so good.
Yeah, we haven't done a bit like this in a bit. A little
bit in a
item
bit.
bit. Yeah.
General item set? Is it in general item settings? No.
Wait, did you want to change it to white?
I wanted to change it to black.
It is black.
Or is it already black? Oh.
Yeah.
I have a ring light, so it looks yellow to me.
You got a piss halo.
I do. It's dripping piss. Unless I change it to blue. Then it's blue.
You should be able to change the color as well, but on my screen it looks black. Oh, because of your... It's because of your... Yeah, I know what you mean by the ring light, the effects you have on. I mean,
Yep.
you can change, you can like, again, when you go to configure the live 2D item, it should have options to do the add or the multiply of the colors on that menu.
Yeah, it's fine. She could stay. She could stay as she is. We're so good. We're gonna definitely help all of these people and not leave them to their death.
Yeah.
100%.
We'll come back for them after the ritual.
Yeah, we'll come back for them, their bodies. They're totally real and alive bodies. That scar on your face, what does it mean?
Carved it himself. Said it bound me to his ascension. I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of this means.
You hungry?
I also don't know what it means.
All we've ever known is hunger.
That's pretty fucked up. What was the elf's name?
Astarion.
Oh!
I'll never forget him.
Well, I guess he's not. It's a good thing he's not up here.
So many sweet things. My name sounded like music on his tongue.
Where are the keys?
His stuff. It controls everything down here. But he
Yeah,
never
let's go
sets
get
it
his
down.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never get it.
I have no option. You can't. I put it off for as long as I could for you.
You tried so hard.
Possible.
I did. Where do I find him?
The Grand Chamber. Just ahead. But even if you can kill him, what then? What happens to us?
What do you want to happen?
I don't know. I just don't want to die down here. Please.
That's okay. You're gonna go die in that
You do just
ritual room.
do it quickly. I can't go on like this.
Honestly tragic. Hello?
Hey. Hey, you.
Oh, there's a child.
Come closer. Smells fresh. Smells alive. Smells like... No, Chessa, stop it. This isn't you.
When you...
This hunger. I'm starving.
There's a few
And
children.
you look a tasty
Oh, yeah.
No, Chessa.
Kid is like me in what way? Because I got the green goblin mask on my shoulder, or what?
This is no ordinary hunger.
Oh.
This is the hunger of a vampire spawn. One
Look
that
at you
hasn't fed
succeeding
since
all
it
over your
was created.
perception.
Thank you! I have good eyeballs.
I have beautiful eyeballs.
She thinks I have beautiful eyeballs. They're the best when I'm looking at you. With Riz. Who made you into
That's
spawn?
obvious, is it? Huh. Then there's no hope for us, even if we got out of here. It's Cazador. His servant kidnapped us. The pretty one with the frilly clothes and white hair. One moment we're at camp, then the world goes dark. The next thing I
Astarion
remember,
stole all
there's
these
someone
people.
breathing on my neck. A tongue. And then the pain. All the monsters I ever met were in books. I never even made it to the adult hunt. But now I'm one of them. I'm a spawn.
Imagine feeling hunger for centuries. That would
Please.
suck.
If you've any mercy, put us down like the prey we are.
This is a kid singing this? What the fuck?
Who am I to deny a child's wishes?
Oh my god.
We haven't burned
Oh my
Baldur's Gate
God.
down quite yet. We're working our way around. We're working our way around.
I'm not gonna kill you. I'm gonna free you. I mean, like, I'm gonna. Of course, I'm gonna go with whatever you like. You want at the end, but like, I can't.
No! No! You can't! You mustn't! I'll drink you dry as a desert. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, this is so sad.
If you were to free us, there's no knowing what we'd do.
Perhaps if Cavazador is dead, you'll truly be free. That's true. Because he made them. Maybe it's like cut off the head, body
Hmm.
falls.
Yeah.
Behind the exhaustion, starvation, and fear, recognition stirs in her eyes. And with it, hope.
That's true. The book said so. The Spawn are only bound as long as their lord lives. Cazador's got this staff. It controls the doors. If you get it, you can set everyone free. If you get it, somehow.
Okay. I hope your parents come and visit you is diabolical.
Good luck. If you fail, well, I suppose we'll be seeing you again. In here.
Yeah, not wrong. Is this entire thing filled? This is entirely filled with kids! Oh, that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. So, okay. So I guess forward is where Boyo is?
I'm down here. I don't know where I am.
Oh, nope. Yep, that's a boss room. We're gonna...
Oh, I
Over
thought,
here
was
now.
this not it? What is this?
You took a key.
I
Apparently.
did. Where am I? Oh, this is the sewers.
You're back in the sewers?
Yeah, but there's things that are alive down here, so I don't think... But the map is...
Are you able to go into the main chamber from down there? Or is there a way back up?
I'm just gonna come back. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
I thought I was going away, I guess. Oh, that's probably what... where is it? There, that's probably what this is for. Astarion does not feel like coming.
How did he even get down there?
Jumped.
But how do you get back up? There's gotta be a way to get back up.
The elevator. I'm making my way back up.
There's an
Don't
elevator?
you worry. Like a little one, yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by, Talsa. Have a lovely day at work. Is he gonna... Did he jump on? He didn't jump on. Astarion!
Intestines throb. Blood whispers.
Look, I'm here.
I'm gonna go play some music for the people who are trapped in here. I'll wait for you.
Making my way down, walking down.
It's always times like these when I think of you, and I wonder if you ever think of me. And I need you.
I have such a headache.
If I could fall into the sky,
Best be on my way.
you think time would pass me by?
Just try to hold on, all right?
Hello.
Father will come soon.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Astarion, how about... Oh,
Cells, you're met with
Oh god.
There's an almost
Oh,
physical
no.
stink of decay and neglect.
Oh no, they're not gonna like him.
this is how you used to live?
Hardly. Cazador didn't keep me in luxury, but I've never seen anything like this. How did they get here? What is Cazador doing with them?
Oh,
I
Astarion
should have
doesn't
guessed there was
know.
more to it than Raphael would ever have told.
You I know you. You're the one from the tavern. You smiled and joked and got me drunk.
No. You're dead.
You called me so many sweet things. My name sounded like a lyric on your tongue.
Sebastian.
You remember me.
You were handsome. Shy. You'd never been kissed.
You taught me how. And then you destroyed me.
Valid crash out.
It can't be.
I failed for. I am not perceiving.
Well, you did lose one of your eyes.
Oh, he's upset.
I know so many of these faces.
Oh.
They're my conquests. I pursued them, seduced them, and brought them to Cazador. He told us he was feeding on them, but he turned them to spawn. He turned every last one, so we'd have souls for this cursed ritual.
How long?
What?
How long have I been down here?
This is heavy.
170 years.
Damn.
You
Damn.
were first.
My family. My friends. They're gone. You took them from me. You took everything from me.
Listen. Listen here. You can just calm your tits. 31.
Easy peasy.
Kill him.
Oh, we've seen this.
That monster. You can't.
We killed like a god, basically. So.
Stop him.
Hey, do you want to talk to the children too? Oh.
My God.
He kept Sebastian. The children I can understand leverage against their parents, but Sebastian, I should have known what Cazador was capable of. He's played us for such fools. Not just 7 spawn to placate the devil. 7 spawn and 7,000 souls bound to them in blood. Everyone, whoever trusted me enough to let down their guard, innocents, idiots, and the unlucky. It doesn't matter. I will need to sacrifice them all if I want to perform the ritual. It's just sickening. Seeing them again. I don't know what else.
This is going to be so different now.
Hey, let's go talk to the children too.
Oh my God, no.
Hello, Chessa.
Oh, no.
I can't talk to them. Never mind.
Oh, they're done.
All right.
Okay. Are we
Which
good
way?
on? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there's a
Yeah, we're
waypoint
pretty good.
there. I mean, if you
There's a
want that, then,
waypoint.
like, we can.
I only
Oh,
have 3
right.
spell slots that are gone. I wouldn't mind the 3 spell slots
Be
back.
cursed.
We can go back and we can teleport here with the.
True. I just don't know. I'm I'm worried about our camp
this?
supplies.
Elevator lies ready to carry you
It's the
back
elevator
up to
that
the
we came down
palace.
on.
All right.
Let's get out of here. I've had
Yeah,
more
we
than my
can-
fill of this place.
I think if we use the waypoint instead, we can waypoint out of the palace because the palace is all red.
Okay.
So if we... Oh, you can't fast travel from this area? Then what's the fucking point?
I think it's so that you can fast travel to this area.
Yep, probably.
Elevator
All right.
lies ready.
Oh,
Making
you
our
left
way
without
up.
me. I'm coming.
Elevator lies ready to carry you back up to the palace.
That's so funny. It didn't take us all.
Where can we just leave?
This way. This way. This way, this way, this way. Go out to the ramparts. There we go.
I'm sorry, that's fucked up. 170 years is crazy.
That is pretty nutty. Oh, he's here! Oh,
Who's here?
Yes. He was invisible for me last time. But
Oh
now
yeah, I
he's
remember
here in
you.
all of
You
his
were like,
glory.
yeah, you were saying.
Good. Good, good.
You want to talk about anything before I go to bed? Yap it all out now.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Okay, good. Bedtime.
Good. And Shadowheart's got nothing. Withers, you're enchanted. He's got a couple of big personalities at the moment. It's bigger than my personalities. Like, dang. I could dream. I can only dream. Oh yeah, and your freaking statue. I forgot about your statue. It's so pretty. I would
Thank
zoom into
you.
it if it did not make me scared of TOS.
This way.
Standing on the elevator's platform, you can feel.
Amy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Moeda. Hope you enjoy your stay. And
drop.
hello, Rundle. How's it going? Descend into the depths of the palace. Oh, apparently without you again.
Standing on the elevator's platform, you can
Every time, every time.
Welcome in, Amy. How's it going?
When you're sick of the dialogue and you've heard it 3 times already. La 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 la.
Like in Big Hero 6. Alright, holy
La la
boss
la
chamber,
la.
bro.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do a savey save.
Phenomenal.
Make my way new, new, me, 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 me,
And I need you. Oh, I don't want to go first. It's all you, baby girl.
Yeah, don't worry. Hello?
Hi.
Who stands before
Well,
us?
I'm not part of this conversation. Have fun.
This truly
It's
our
only you
prodigal
two.
son? Do not slouch before me, boy. Have you no respect for yourself?
What a doting father.
Crawling back after abandoning your family, you should be begging our forgiveness.
Are we evil this playthrough? Are we chaotic? Are we good? So she's evil. I'm good, but I'm going with whatever she decides.
Between me and the boy.
He just
I'm
called
whipped
me
for
a
my
fucking
life.
cow!
Oh, now he's definitely gonna die. Oh.
You truly forgot my power. You truly thought our bond as creator and creation was all that stopped you from killing me? Oh, you are weak, my child. You are a small, pathetic little boy who never amounted.
That's fucked up.
But today, you will finally do something worthwhile. You will burn, and I will ascend.
No,
We should
his
probably stop that from
clothes.
happening.
I guess.
Get me out of this! Witness the birth of the vampire ascent!
Why do we wait for him to talk? Why can we not just, you know, Eren Yeager this motherfucker?
You're not wrong. That would be fun. There we go.
Ritual
Now I'm
source
close
is
enough.
7. I think we need to maybe keep alive the ritual. Oh, this is going to be such a hard fight. We need to keep these guys alive. We can't kill them. But having them alive is going to...
We'll have to. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. I think. Does he have weaknesses? No. Fuck. He's resistant to everything.
Your movement increases by 7 meters. You receive 70 temporary hit points. Your attacks and spells deal an additional 7 to 70 necrotic damage after draining a vampire spawn's life force. We need to kill this guy like yesterday. And is he invisible? No, he turned into fart cloud.
Yeah, he's currently a cloud. Okay, we've got some hunters. The bats I'm not worried about so much. But the hunters are going to be a problem, and so are the werewolves.
Everyone's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, it's fine.
So
It's
yeah,
fine.
I figure if we want to have a star and ascend, I'm going to assume that it's gonna be a more
Can we
difficult
free
battle.
him?
Because we can't kill. I don't know how. Let's see.
No, I don't think so.
Until helped, you can if you help him.
Okay, so what if...
I can probably do that. I can probably fly to him.
Okay.
Because
Never mind,
flight
then I'll
costs
use my-
movement, and I can maybe dash then fly. Oh no, I'll
Sure.
use a bonus action dash. We'll see. You can focus on killing everything else.
Okay. On it. Let's do... Let's do... Insect plague. I'm gonna do an insect plague right here. No, right. I'm not close enough and I don't have any more spots. Shoot.
Oi!
I'm thinking of what I want to do. I guess Spirit Guardians? We'll do Spirit Guardians. We'll do radiant damage. Boop. Alright.
Oh, great. Bro stinks. Are you gonna stink too? Hello, Mari. How's it going? Alright, alright. Well, these guys have like a... Yeah, they have a fair bit of HP, eh?
Yeah, the hunters are going to be pretty decent little
Right,
problems.
let's see. I will probably need to dash. Help is... So this is based on movement speed. Help is a action, right? Do I have a bonus action dash? I don't. Misty Step, however, is a bonus action. So
There you
we
go.
do that. Fly the rest of the way. Oh, I have a ritual source now. But we're just gonna help you.
Nice! I wonder if if we release the rest of them, they're probably gonna be mad, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because they're under his control.
They're under his control. Okay,
so our
we
option
can't
would be to
release
kill
them.
him, but if we want to send the star on, I'm assuming.
We have to keep him alive.
Yeah.
Alright, but ending my turn. Actually. Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, did I use a level? No, it didn't. Okay, right. Hello.
Hello.
Get fucked.
You
I
tell
ain't
him.
business. I'm so mad right now.
Hell, we're gonna have so many things to loot after this.
You know,
There's so many
you
creatures
know
to
what you
loot.
could do? If you could lure them, you could probably push these guys off the edge. We're over a chasm.
Oh, probably. But then you wouldn't get to loot anything.
What is this stinky werewolf gonna have?
Health. I don't know.
I'm gonna try
Cazador
and
for
push
sure.
these guys off. Oh, you are a little bit in the way. But
Back up a little bit.
shut the fuck up, Cazador. Freak. Astarion, you're kind of in the way. Where is Cazador? Is he still a fart cloud?
No, he's right here.
Oh, he's over there. That is a fucking crazy angle, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see.
It's a shame you don't have like what is it? Like thunder or whatever it is called.
Oh wait,
The one that
I
pushes?
do, but Astarion is
Oh.
in the way.
Ah, shit.
And I'm not really sure on how. I'm trying to figure out a way I can maybe get him out without him taking too much damage. Let's see. Wait.
What now?
I probably have in my... Oh, Astarion is fucking over encumbered though, but it's fine for now. I just need to open this and take a look inside. Yeah, boy.
I love your little laugh. Like,
Just send this back to me. One of them
one's gone.
saved. Oh, he leveled up though.
That's pretty cool. But one of them's gone.
Yeah.
That's less damage for the next turn.
This guy's dazed. He's immune to bludgeoning damage. That kind of sucks. But he's dazed. Hello, Russ. How's it going?
Oh, alright. Well, that one's coming towards you, I guess.
It's fine. Keep him coming. Okay.
Let's see, you're 19 HP. And that's it.
Is this a level 1? Oh, that's beautiful that it's a level 1. What the fuck?
Goodbye.
What the fuck just happened? My fucking camera just... Alright. Tank time.
Hi, Ember. Oh,
153 hit points. You love to see it.
Out, baby. I know.
I'm
playing
bigger
video
than
game.
you.
Ember says hello. Gotta fly like an eagle? Oh, they're flying. There's more bats?
I won't let you do this. I won't let you win. But I've already won, my boy. All the pieces are
My god, he's talking a lot, isn't he?
is inevitable.
Bro is actually such a yapper. I have to set my fan up again since my keyboard was charged. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? Why am I on the ground? Am I sleeping? What the fuck? Okay. Let's see.
Nice job, Shart.
Where the fuck is Cazador? Turned into a fart cloud again. What is he doing?
I think he's just like doing little moves and then he's becoming immune to everything.
Oh, fantastic.
So he summoned like a fuck ton of bats again. Not that they're gonna do anything, but
Alright, let me see.
I believe Hell is taller than Autumn. Yes, canonically Hell is taller than me.
Yeah.
Yes. And
I was actually thinking about this today. If we do eventually, or when we do eventually meet up, I'll be even... I like wearing platforms, so... Good luck with that. I like wearing chunky shoes.
I guess I'm gonna bring high heels.
Shadow, thank you
My
so much
legs
for
are
the
gonna be
follow,
freaking
by the way.
awesome.
Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay.
I'll bring high heels. My legs will look awesome and I will try to compete for height.
I cannot. Heels are a bit of a struggle for me personally. I need the...
yeah.
I need the whole wedge. I need the... Tell you what, I love creepers. Creepers are so cool.
Creepers?
Dude, some of these fucking... Yeah, creepers. You don't know what creepers are? Oh, they're like,
looking 'em up.
like little platform shoes. Really.
Oh, those are so you. Those are so undeniably, unfathomably you.
My favorite pair of shoes at the moment, I will show you them. I have the boot
I
versions
fear-
as well.
I fear I could never pull these off. They're so
I think
cute
you
though.
absolutely could. These are currently
They're so cute.
kind of my go-to shoes that I wear. They're so comfy. I have the boot version as well.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, you're so cool! They're so cute. Guys, imagine like really, really chunky looking like tennis shoes that have chains all over it with like a a sword. Like a moon.
Oh man. Tell
Huh?
me my inner mind's got my big X swinging
Creeper.
from side to side.
Oh my god.
Alright, let's see. We could do... What can we do a Sari on?
Well, you're taking a nap. Could try pushing another werewolf.
If I push me, I wake up, right?
But you might fall.
No. Astarion doesn't have Thunderwave, and I don't have another Thunderwave scroll. I just checked.
No, I'm saying like push.
I don't think the push is that
Like
powerful,
shove.
right?
It is. You could probably push
Wait.
Boyo.
Too heavy. I don't have the strength.
Ah, dang it. Alright. Never mind.
Let's
man.
see. 55, 58. I could do this.
That works.
And then I am also too heavy to shove. Oh, this is... You know what I'm gonna do?
What's that?
Wake up.
Oh, you're so smart.
It's the only thing I can do. But,
You're so
I mean,
smart.
it works out in the end. He's happy, he got some health back, and I'm awake. And not
Perfect.
sleeping for fucking 10 turns. Holy shit, 10 turns is insane. Wait. Don't do that.
Alright. I'm in a stinking cloud. Great.
So...
What can I do?
This makes me... Wait, on the bats is crazy. It makes me stronger, so...
Why are you paralyzed? Hold on. Oh no, she's paralyzed. It's not good.
Any of these... Why does it make you... Why does it hit us? How big is this?
There we go, he's dead.
I'm sure is Astarion... Astarion is fucking nauseous. Does he have my murderous mark on him? No, I won't risk it.
A little help, please.
Oh, she's about dead. She's got 2 HP and Dream. Oh my god.
The bats. The bats are
The bats.
coming.
Cazador, can you fuck off kindly?
Oh. I will not be able to pick him up, I don't think.
Oh
No, not in this form, I can't.
He's back up and he's being, I think.
Yeah, I can't.
taken-
He's a ritual. Yeah, I can't. Okay, well.
There we go. Okay. Can I heal you? I can't. Damn it. Okay, well, just stay there, Shadowheart. You're fine. Whew.
I'm just not hitting anything. Damn. Will he res him if I kill him?
Will I res him?
No, will Cazador res him, you think, if I kill him? And make him a ritual thing again?
Probably. You could save and try.
I mean, I can always res him with like a scroll, I suppose. I just want to...
Yeah, give it a go.
Okay, it doesn't matter what I do, it's gonna... Okay. Oh, you paralyzed me. Fuck, doesn't matter. That's not good.
The wolf is coming.
I'm paralyzed for 2 turns. He's trying to sleep me again?
So rude.
Actually, I can take
God,
these.
the bats actually do pretty decent damage.
It's just a scratch.
Absorb. Oh. Shart's down.
You can,
That's a
if you throw a
big-
healing potion on you both, then you'll heal and... Because you're quite close to each other, right?
We are
So
very
drop
close.
a healing potion on the ground, it'll heal you and pick her up, right? But you are in... it looks like you're in stink, though.
Okay, she's healed.
Okay. 41 is not bad at all, holy shit.
We'll take that. Oh, what now? What now? What now? What now? What now? No. I could heal again. That's pretty good.
Oh, hello. I'm sleeping too? Well, now I'm no longer sleeping. Oh my god.
You're awake, but dude, stop.
I don't like that.
I don't either. I'm down for the count at the moment. Or at least, she is.
I'm so paralyzed. Yeah. For another turn.
I can't pick her up. Oh no, that's not good.
Can you throw a potion?
I'm like right next to me. I tried to, maybe.
Mr. Nightingale, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. It sucks.
I can only drink. Oh well.
I'm no longer paralyzed? No? Question mark? Yes.
You shouldn't be.
I probably should have picked... I can't pick him up.
There!
Okay, right. Perfect! They're all fucking
Astarion.
scared.
Astarion is also scared, but he can't do anything.
Oh, but the thing is I can't... They're immune to slashing, so I don't... Oh, that's why I don't... Are you fucking kidding me? Stop putting me to sleep!
What a asshole.
Oh, maybe the bat will... Thank you.
There you go. There's so many bats. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Please miss. Phenomenal. Are you just gonna monologue? No, of course not. Oh, that's not good.
That is not good. Astarion is so fucking dead. Complete the pale elf!
Complete
Did
the
we
what?
just fail the fucking...
Oh, they're all dead.
We might have to reload.
Probably. Oh yeah, he is ascended. So, yeah. What's he like ascended? Hold on.
Oh,
He's
oh,
resistant to
sorry.
everything. No, you're fine. It's something I can look up later.
All
It's
right,
it's
so-
personal curiosity.
Look, okay, maybe the role here isn't to...
I think we have to focus the boy. And
Yeah,
also
I
take
shouldn't go pick
Astarion
up-
off. Well, if Astarion's off, he can't complete the ritual.
Oh, true. Maybe I can make him invisible and make him run away.
There you go. You try that.
Oh, do we go through this again? Do I just attack him? Wait, let me just...
You could have Astarion go... You could have him, like, leave preemptively. And then he can't have it.
Starring, get the fuck out of here.
He can come in later when we need some help. I don't think, if he's that far, if he's like up near us, I don't think he'll even be considered part of the fight.
Shut the door. I'm gonna... Shut the door. You can stay in here with the prisoners. Alright, fuck nuts. Oh, wait, no, I need to use, like, ranged spells on him. Because, he has the necrotic aura.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is unexpected. You who follow on the heels of our poor...
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Has he sent you here to parley on his behalf, hmm? Will he not even speak to his own family?
He is outside the door.
And you are certain he will not come to me? You presume to know the boy better than I who made him? Tell me then, what is he feeling? Right this moment, in whatever rat hole he is cloistered?
I don't know. Oh, he's probably bricking it.
How succinctly put. Indeed, he is terrified. When you do not return from this place, he will want to flee. He will want to leave this city and all its horrors behind. But he won't.
But he will.
He will come here because he knows nothing else. Because he is incapable of anything else.
He is capable of
Perhaps he convinces
plenty.
himself he can save you. Or perhaps he slinks back like a beaten dog. It does not matter. Either way, he will return. Either way, he will be mine.
Yap, 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 yap. Holy yap, bro. Pyro,
He
thank you
loves
so much for the
monologuing.
follow.
I don't think he's had a lot of people to talk to.
Welcome to the Moida.
in,
Hope you enjoy your
the
stay.
last several.
Yeah, because
100
who
years.
would want to talk to this fuck ass?
Exactly.
Please, did Astarion tell you nothing about me?
Am I gonna get put there instead?
Immortal Cazador Tsar! And I always get what I want.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for not doing that. No, no, no! Fucking Misty escape. Right, just cast as much AoE around them as we fucking possibly can. Fill the entire arena with fucking a fart, electric, and ice.
There's that.
Every inch of this fucking place will be covered. And they're gonna do all their stinklings. Oh, we got the bats. Okay. They're a little silly.
They're a little dumb. Insect plague is kind of awesome. Not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
So awesome, I might cast one too. Or I could do the ice storm and make everything a bit slippery for them all.
There we go.
Do we do ice storm?
Do whatever your beautiful heart desires. That's pretty damn good, though.
Yeah.
You even hurt Cassador a little bit, even though he's a fart.
Can I just cast this as a bonus action? Why does it have to use a spell slot? Oh, is it just both? It's just both. Okay. I'm gonna have this, like, over here. You have to walk forward again, Chief.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
You sure will.
Oh. Bye.
Oh. I forgot that the plant can hurt to the plague.
You put me to sleep. No. Not put her to sleep either.
Did Cassador just freaking slip?
Fucking loser! Oh my god, you
You're
lost
alive
every
for
little bit
how
of fucking
long?
aura.
Boy was alive for how long and he can't even walk on ice? What a fucking idiot. Oh my god. Oh, I can't get rid of insect plague. Oops. Alright. Let's do... I know, Ember. You're such a good girl.
Oh wait, this vampire regains 20 hit points at the start of its turn if it isn't in sunlight or has taken radiant damage or damage from holy water, in which case this trait doesn't function until the start of its next turn. I do have... I have a spell that makes light.
Moonbeam?
No, it makes a ball of light. I have daylight. I have a daylight. Yeah, I could cast daylight.
That could work.
Because 20 hit points is a
sick.
lot.
That is a lot.
Your left crowd control on what an idiot. I know, right? Get flicked.
Get hecked, dude. Yeah, sure. Go through the knives again.
Concentration? Oh, it's not even concentration. That's really good. That was a big jump. Alright.
Ow. Freaking ow.
Wait, I need to be careful here. Will sunlight damage these guys?
The... Whomst. Like Leon?
This creature will take 20
Aurelia?
radiant damage if it starts its turn in sunlight. Well, sunlight it has disadvantages. I mean, it's not in the turn thing, right? So it doesn't count, right?
I'd say save and then you can try it.
It's just the area of effect is incredibly big.
Mm-hmm. We like big AoEs.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good.
Sick! Let's go!
But why did it attack me? Oh, did I have to move to cast that?
Yeah, knock him down. Fuck you.
MB.
Oh, he's back up. Fucking ow. No, my insect
I
plague.
broke your concentration. No.
What a asshole. What a little dirt. What if... Hear me out. What if we summon a little guy? Nine? I cast a level frickin' 4 and you heal for 9? Whatever. Oh good, they suck. I'm scared, so I couldn't do anything. Awesome.
Cool. Oh, I'm dead.
Yep. At the moment. No!
Good
The Ginny is sleeping!
Good night, Genie.
Oh my god, all the bats.
The bats are coming. Oh, he's out of the sunlight hypersensitivity.
Not going to last much longer.
I know you're not gonna last much longer. I need you to come back. I need you to come back, Hel. I need you to come home.
You want me to bring Astarion in?
Maybe not yet. Everybody heal.
Okay.
Oh my god. That is such an unfortunate... That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. Oh my god.
Oh. I should probably transform so that I can deal with the brutes. But they're all like immune to... They're all like immune to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. So turning into an animal is not... Makes me tanky, but I won't be able to really do damage to them. Oh.
Okay.
He's eventually going to heal up because he's got his regeneration. The light is dead. I won't be able to cast it again either. Oh.
I wish my Ginny wasn't scared or paralyzed.
So scared. Right, I am
okay.
Probably gonna have to turn into an animal and just come down there and try and tank as much shit as I can. Or maybe I can at least make them feared. Might risk you making you feared though too.
My poor Ginny.
What?
Ow. I'm still fearful. So I can't do shit. God. Alright. Well, that's hugely unfortunate.
Alright, you know what? We're gonna load back. And I'm just gonna walk up, I'm gonna fucking attack him. I'm gonna try and use my ice thing. Or something. Just try and get... I need the light too. What are we gonna do about the light situation? Do you have any, like, radiant damage you can consistently do? Like chromatic orb or something?
I have... Here, this is what I have. I have Spirit Guardians, which can do radiant damage so long as the concentration isn't broken. I have Guiding Bolt. I have Moonbeam, which can do continuous damage. What else do I have? I have a shit ton of scrolls. Chromatic Orb. Dimension Door. I can make you freaking huge because I have Scroll of Enlarge. If you want to turn into a massive beast of some sort, I can do that.
Why will we start a pair? I don't want these here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I didn't mean to talk. I don't care what you have to yap about, sir. God.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm going back in time like 2 seconds. It takes so long to load.
A lot happened in those 2 seconds.
I loaded the wrong...
Oh, fuck, yeah.
You know what? This is fine. You know,
Is it?
You know what? Wait.
Are we fucking it? We ball?
This is where I casted the light, right? Well, fuck the light.
Fuck the light, yeah.
I'm gonna turn into this. I'm gonna become a tank.
We love a tank, yeah. You got hurt by the Cloud of Daggers a little bit, yeah. Because you are very
That's okay.
large, yeah.
This might fear the Guardian. I'm sorry.
The Guardian I don't think can be feared, yeah.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah, immune, yeah. He's fine, yeah.
Yeah, they're
immune to
all of my
slashing is
attacks.
such a
slashing,
bummer, yeah.
bludgeoning.
Okay, that Skelly Boy has to die, yeah.
Say less.
Fucking Anya. Because he's the one who keeps freaking, like, sleeping us and stuff, which is a huge bummer, yeah.
Yeah. Which HP has it got? I don't even know where it is. Oh. Hiding.
Alright, let's see, Nya. Where did Boyo go? He's right there, Nya. Oh, I'm still fearful. That's so not cool, Nya. Oh, that's so unfortunate, yeah. do that. I'm gonna see if I can push him, yeah. Please. Damn it, yeah.
Nice.
He was dead. That's good, yeah.
Can't last much longer.
Right.
I would step away from the swords a little bit, yeah, if you can. Yeah.
I can't get to that guy because it's going to... I won't kill this, but... I don't want to... Oh, I can't actually. If I move... I can't move. He's going to petrify me if he attacks.
That's fair. You're fair and valid, yeah.
Oh wait. Yes. And then... Oh, I don't have enough movement. No. I can do this at least. There we go.
Chatterteeth, fuck off, Nya. Yeah, see, this little bastard, Nya.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Massive
Little
owl
owl
bear.
bear.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, Nya. Fuck, stop it, Nya. This dude's a jerk, Nya.
Okay, we've killed all of
Yeah.
the wolves.
We have, Nya. So, it's just, it's Chatterbox has to die, Nya. What are you weak to, Nya? Bludgeoning, Nya. Interesting, yeah. Very cool. What
My
about
crushing flight
Yeah.
does bludgeoning damage, but I'm taking a little nap. It's nap time. I was feeling cranky. Holy crap. Okay, that was a really good placement. Holy shit.
Thank you, Nya.
Wow.
Guys, I think I impressed her. Oh my god. Yeah. Guys, do you think she likes me a little more now? Yeah.
Oh, honey, I love you.
Yeah. I'm a huge Hell fan, yeah. I wore my Hell shirt to the gym in public the other day, Nya.
Imagine wearing my face in public. One of the bats attack me, please. Oh, look at him fucking hobble along.
He's limping, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. That's not cool.
Yeah, he's being kind of a douche canoe at the moment, yeah.
Douche canoe.
He's being a little douche canoe, yeah.
What is a douche canoe?
A douche, yeah.
Shadow King, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome
A
to the
canoe
Moida. I hope
full
you enjoy
of-
your
full of
stay.
douche,
Hello.
yeah.
A canoe full of douche. That doesn't sound
It's not pleasant, yeah. That's
pleasant.
exactly what he is, yeah. It's a little douche canoe.
Unpleasant.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to bring Astarion in.
We could. We're pretty close, yeah. We just gotta deal with Boyo and his Skelly boy. Yeah.
Where is he?
Oh my god, can I actually do something? Skelly boys are here. Yeah. It's about half.
Okay. It's not what I wanted to do. Alright.
Exceptional.
Are a fucking asshole.
Yeah, you tell him. That's my wife. Yeah.
Chatterteeth is fucking dead.
Bye-bye.
Holy crap! That was a push and a half.
We don't need whatever he had in his pockets, yeah.
Whenever you're selling,
I'm nauseous.
I'm buying it.
Exactly.
You
No.
little sicky wicky. Oh, you're not nauseous anymore. You took some medication.
At least
Damn,
the
you guys
bats
are
are like
Shadow Heart.
whatever.
Yeah.
The bats are
they
whatever.
mainly kill themselves.
Pretty much. Now
Well,
you just have to
Stevie, how's
focus
it
the lab.
going?
So
I'm
yeah,
glad
if
you
you
like
want to
the
bring Astarion
halos.
back in, I think he'd be fine.
Alright, before I bring Astarion back in, I will save.
Beautiful decision.
Just in case it all goes to shit. Oh, Astarion can level up. Well, hang on a second.
I'm gonna...
Okay.
Oh yeah, have him freaking level up, please.
Okay, bear with me.
Let's see, do I want a Jenny, a Deva? Oh yeah, let's have a Deva. Yeah, bring in the Deva. Let's go.
Sure. Alright, let me save now. And then there we go. Somebody once told me the world is gonna run me.
I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
He was looking at
Looking kinda
her
dumb with her finger and her thumb
in the shape of an L on her forehead.
Well, yeah, stop coming, it'll stop coming. Oh, I can conjure an elemental. Oh, water.
Bro is like
earth,
a fucking piss
air.
cloud. Might have to wait until he's decided on being not
I won't give
a cloud again.
Beep.
I will dismiss my wild shape though.
I'm gonna summon an elemental. That sounds fun.
I can't do the ice thing. Is he untargetable when he's fucking fart clouding
You
it?
can. I think you can target him. I'm not sure though.
Can't be shoved, thrown, or used as in... Well, okay, that's fine. Actually, I should probably cast this.
Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, perfect.
Oh, he's not a mist form anymore.
Oh, can he not go into mist form?
When
he's-
the sunlight is here, I guess.
Let's go.
Ah.
Okay, right. I can target him then. Maybe. Okay. Let me just...
Yeah.
Can I...
Automix, yeah. Don't you say yes? I'm muting. Hold on. One moment. Hold on.
Hang on a second.
Liable
Oh,
is
dear.
going for a motorcycle ride.
Okay. Fun. Amanda's still here, yes.
He also was
Well,
like,
Baldur's
you
Gate
should
is
have
going well,
autumn
thank you for
and autumn
asking.
merch. Gosh dang it, dude.
And Ira, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 13 months. Thank you very much. What Circle of Druid am I playing? I don't actually know. I don't think that I
Blood comes easy.
selected, like, I remember selecting Circle of the Land. I don't think I realized at the time that you could choose a different circle. Because when I'm playing a solo playthrough off on the side. I haven't really done much. I played a little bit, but still, like, at the beginning of Act 1. And I looked and I was like, oh shit, I'm playing a druid again, but I can actually be a different kind of druid. What the fuck? So... okay.
I didn't know.
I'm
So
just-
Dirge takes away your ability to choose a circle, yeah?
No. I just didn't notice.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Does he have any weaknesses? He doesn't, right?
Not that I know, no. Yeah. He's got resistances, but that's it, yeah.
Kaboom. And then my turn. Stand it here. But I've been turning into animals and being a tank for the most part. Oh yeah, the bats are still here. Mwah!
We love a little kisses. Oh, I don't want my hat. I don't want my hat. Never mind. Grab a hat.
Oh, and I get another attack.
Okay, boyo. What do I want to do to this boy?
That's a bit of a range that I cannot be using.
Ooh. Both are good.
This
Possibly
also has
phase.
range.
That sounds good. Oh. Ow.
Oh wait, why is the path interrupted if I use this arrow? Why does this arrow make it so that... Oh, there we go. Wait, no, why does it... Is this arrow's heavier or some shit? Like, what? This is also ranged. I need something that isn't ranged, because there's too many things... You know what, fuck it, we'll just do this.
Oh. That's not terrible.
No, it's not the worst.
I think I'm gonna... Ooh. You know what I can do? I'm gonna dash and just run over here.
You're not gonna push him off
Get
the
rid
edge,
of
are
those.
you? Oh, okay, thank you.
Now just getting rid of a couple of pests.
Thank you. Pest control.
Yep.
100
Just a little bit of pest
HP.
control. Right, and then you. I don't want to cast Fireball. There's not enough space. Can I make him drop his shit?
It's funny,
Hold
I put
on.
so many worms in my brain. I have so many like extra things I can do, but I was just putting the worms in my brain for the love of the game. I've not been using half the shit.
You don't have any metal? His staff isn't made out of metal? Damn it. Alright.
A lot of my spells are AoE. It's really, really difficult for me to well, let's
Yeah,
just
I'm
take a
trying
look.
not to-
Let's just take a look.
Ooh, can I whisper sweet nothings to him? No, I can't. I'm too far. Damn it. I could try to polymorph him. No, I can't reach him. Damn. Big unfortunate. Get rid of a bat.
This looks like overkill.
We love overkill.
I'm just gonna say I don't know what this does. We're about to see.
Beautiful.
Holy
Beautiful,
crap.
honey.
Okay, it should be like one tap.
right,
What a
big
fucking
boy.
scroll. There's a Google
let's see.
Pokemon's catching. Wait, what?
31. 31.
Is it like Pokemon Day or
multi-attack?
something today? Oh.
Pokemon Day?
Yeah, no, it's apparently the Google Pokemon catching game. Or do you mean like an actual game? Apparently not. Oh, this is poetic.
Smite. Wait, can I do multiple of these? I can. Smite! Aw, fuck you. I missed. Ah, damn.
I'm sorry. I wanted him to be the one to kill.
He's in his chest. He's in his sarcophagus.
Oh. This guy.
This asshole.
The audacity, bro.
Should I go
So we need
open
to
it?
like go fucking yeah, go open it.
This is worth the cost.
Let's
We'll
see.
go open it.
I'm gonna send. Oh,
hello?
No, you're opening
Key.
it.
There's a key. I got a key.
Better finish the fight first.
Oh. Wait, is there something? The bats. Where are the bats?
Oh.
Here. 1 second. Get the fuck out of the way. She's not dead?
Oh.
Silly search the Pokemon name game. Oh.
The great vampire lord looks peaceful, recovering in his coffin. There is no trace of the fury that you fought
A little bit
against.
silly to put the coffin in the place where we were fighting so we know where it is.
Do you want to get Astarion in here? I feel like this should be his
Yeah,
kill.
yeah.
Do you want to save before?
I was gonna say I'll save just in case he pops back up and he's like, yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to bed.
no. I ain't not about that.
All right. Yeah, we need the boy. We need the boy. Come here, Astarion. All of you, baby boy. Go for it. There we go.
Oh, he's shirtless now.
Hot. Okay. That's way better.
Why is he shirtless? What happened to your shirt?
I'm not the one in the dirt.
Did they not think that you might leave Astarion away for this?
I guess not. That's okay.
One last thrust. And I'll be free of you.
Wake up. Grab a bishop and a little wake up.
To fear you again.
Guys, stop. This is a serious moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never have to fear anyone. Ever.
But everyone will die.
That I would allow anyone to usurp me, speak the words, and ascend in my place?
Yes.
The runes I carved into your flesh bind you and all 7,000 souls to the ritual. Complete it, and those bearing the scars will be sacrificed, you included.
So what if we carve it on your back?
Comes to an end. I made you to be.
You hold him down. I'll
Much more than what you made.
draw it on his back with a dagger.
But I need your help.
What do you need?
I need your eyes. In a manner of speaking.
You have one. You have one to spare.
I'm making what you made me. Use the parasite. Link your mind to mine. Through your eyes, I can see the scars on my
Which one? I've got like... I have got a fucking party of them in my head.
I would. And I will. You will be consumed, and all the power you've lusted after will be mine.
At the cost of a lot of lives. It's not worth it, Astarion.
Help me do this. Please.
Listen, you have your past as well, Shard. Don't pretend that you're some sort of innocent. We've seen your fucking skeletons. Okay? Let Astarion have his time in the spotlight, and then we'll go find your parents.
Your minds join and your two selves become one. You can feel the knife in your hand, see the scars on his back, and taste his hunger for power.
Yes.
Is this where I can ascend instead?
I see it.
You're not a vampire.
What are you doing?
I could be one. Why the fuck not? Just add it to my list of shit I can turn into.
Hey, it goes
I don't
without
see him
saying,
drawing a
this
circle.
Baldur's Gate game has some dark stuff that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Thanks for self-care check, Brit Boy.
He has killed and tortured thousands of people.
Yeah.
If it makes anyone feel any bit better.
Look, if I can turn into a roll of cheese, I can turn into a vampire, okay?
True.
There. Perfect.
Ungrateful child. Wretched child.
Time to take your place.
Man, yeah, you definitely should be grateful to be sacrificed. 100%.
Yo, do you get a staff? Wait, that's kind of cool. Can I have that? I use a staff. Wait, this is such a W for me. What?
You're very funny.
Has animas offero in sacrificio.
Yeah, this didn't happen whenever that guy did the Khazadar did this. Everyone just turned into fucking bones.
Well, they still might. It's not done yet. Everything's still glowy.
No, Astarion, stop this!
Don't you dare! I can feel their power flowing into me!
Just let it ride.
Nunc volo, hortis tantum, qua politis est mihi!
This is crazy.
Look, this is gonna be insane for us. We're gonna be able to fucking Thanos snap that the other Baal spawn. I can't remember her name.
I can't feel it. That ache in my stomach, that hunger, it's gone. I'm free. I'm finally free. Oh, it feels
And now
delicious.
we're gonna go storm Raphael's place and fucking take all of his shit. What can you do?
I think the answer to that is whatever they damn well please. Come on, let's get out.
I feel like you both get along really well now. You hated him at the beginning.
Look, you got a few health points. Okay, you have a staff, and I want it, sir.
You also get to talk to him now, too.
Yeah, I'll talk to him in a second. Where's the staff? Where is it? I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Whoa. Oh, you get a necromancy spell. It's slightly, actually a lot shittier than what I have, but it's still mine, so thanks for that, bud. What do you want?
Despite everything.
This is it.
Did you fix your eye?
Dream dreamt by all of my kind.
I can't tell, it's dark in here.
It's very dark.
Oh no, your eye's so fucked. Can't fix that, I guess.
Even the pale knight would have knelt before me.
No more Castledor, am I right?
Never again. I will not think about him. I don't even want to say his name.
Ooh, Castledor. You don't sound too happy.
Everything has changed. I felt so very little for so long. My edges dulled over the numb years rotting in the boudoir and kennels. Now, I can hear it at last. See it at last.
There was no option for me to ascend, right? I didn't fuck up and okay. Right.
To serve.
I didn't see one, at the very least. There's no option.
Well, can you be a vampire?
Scurrying footpads in there.
I haven't seen one in my playthrough, and I haven't seen one in your playthrough. I'm pretty sure only Castledor can change you, and I don't think any opportunity ever came
arises.
Up to do
Yeah.
that. Mm-hmm.
The crows.
Will obey.
Yum 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 yum. The crows.
All right, you're being a little cringe there, dude. Calm down on the edgelord. That's my job.
The VA is really good, though. I gotta agree.
Yes, embrace it.
I already hear the world whispering in sweet surrender, and I feel alive.
You're still dead though. You're a vampire, technically undead. So
Technically. Where's hold on. Where's I want his body. I want to go with the lad.
Okay.
At least things have stayed interesting.
I'm gonna level up.
Hello.
New feat available. Let's go.
Oh hell, I have something for you.
Yeah, I was just leveling up 1 second.
You're good. I'm
And
gonna put
advantage
it
and
into
opportunity
your
attacks. When you
pocket.
hit a creature with an opportunity attack, it can no longer move for the rest of its turn. Wait, this sounds really good. So does this. I might go this. You feel bad when you do evil stuff plus Shadowheart dislikes it? Like, I'm fucking thriving right now. What does that tell you about me? Oh, what do you have for me?
I put it next to your staff. Also, we both have the ring now. You have a ring and I have a ring. So now we're matching.
Oh, cool. Wait, what should I do?
Yeah, I got that sword off his body if you want it.
I use staffs. I don't think I think Astarion uses daggers. This is a sword?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, this is a dagger.
potentially- Oh, is it?
Yeah, I can... Sorry, what do you have?
Rhapsody. Oh, it is a dagger. Well, there you go. Astarion all the way.
Wait. Oh, wait. This... Never mind, the staff is much better than what I have now. What am I... Oh, but... Oh, the staff that I have is from that fuck-ass. I get Karaska's favor. That's just 2 extra. I don't really use my... Blight is pretty
I gain a spell.
And this staff looks cooler. Oh, look at it. It looks so cool.
Let's do...
I think I'll keep that one equipped for now.
Ah, what to do? What to do? What to do?
To dedicate some proper time to Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. I will not lie to you. A lot of the times in games, I do try to be
Light on my feet.
the kind of people pleaser, but in this game, you know, I picked a role accidentally, and I will happily roleplay the fuck out of that role. That's what it's all about, really. Wait, so
Trust no one.
do you like
Looking
get
ahead.
anything cool? Oh.
Keep a blade close.
Let's see, what feet do I want?
Feet?
Feet. F-E-A-T. Unless you're offering, my DMs are open. She already sent me shoes. Maybe I'm lucky. Maybe I'll be lucky.
I think my model's feet are in there somewhere.
Oh, they are! I already have pictures of your feet. Never mind.
Yeah.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Cockroach dirge. Oh, is cockroach what you're referring to the Slayer as?
Me?
No, Ark is saying cockroach, and I was confused, but I think he means like when I turn into the Slayer. Yeah, okay. When I turn into my Slayer form, my little like ball kind of form. I don't know. I don't think it looks like a cockroach. I think it looks like a beast. A timorous beastie. She's glowing. It's just this guy is here too. Why does he low-key look like Leon? He's got that Leon haircut. We have Leon in our party.
What's up?
We had the angel guy that you summoned, the diva. He looks like he's got the Leon haircut.
I mean, pretty cool. I mean, Leon's pretty hot. You know?
Ew. The noise the other beast just made.
My earth elemental? He's just a little guy.
He just gurgled.
He's just a gurgly little guy. Speaking of Leon. He's empty. He did grunt.
Oh, you all leveled up. Let me save. Okay. Did you loot everyone you liked to loot?
I think so.
Oh my god, everyone is... Oh, you amazed. That was insane. Okay. Store over there. I think... we should be good then. Let's go back and see what the guys in the cell have to say. I'm sure they're definitely gonna be there and alive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, they're feeling great.
Don't worry, I can, you can loot their bodies. Oh, lockpicking is
Problem.
impossible, never mind.
The staff should open it.
Oh, right. How do I...
Oh, I have no idea. Alright, never mind.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I panic
Hello.
stopped. Should we save? Okay.
Can I help you? Aren't you guys from the...
There, Spawn.
Hi.
I am the vampire ascendant. Gah. And I thought I was done with your...
Is that a slur or is that their name?
Wretched.
We're not
I don't know.
That might have been a slur. Astarion, you can't say that just because you're a vampire ascendant.
My people are monster hunters.
Yeah, you can still get
Those of us
cancelled,
that
dude.
remain, that is. Your companion attacked us in the night and stole our children. Then his master decimated what was left.
So
of
it's
the
been
tribe.
like hundreds of years, right? And they've now just turned up.
For the sins of his master. Any good monster hunter should know that.
True. So imagine my surprise when I heard you'd fled. Heard you were a rogue spawn, free from Cazador's control. We searched half the Sword Coast for you, hoping you could help us destroy
We did
them,
destroy him,
only to track
but
you
Cazador just turned everyone into mincemeat. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. Ignore the part where he said that he was ascended or whatever the heck.
beast replaced with another. Our children sacrificed to
Oh yeah,
birth
we
a
did
monster.
sacrifice all of their children.
Please. There's no need for such language.
Yeah, Cazador's
You
dead.
wanted Cazador dead, and now he is. I even killed a few thousand spawn whilst I was at it. You should be thanking me for saving you the trouble.
Yeah, it's the lesser
no
evil.
Greater or lesser. There is only evil, and it stands before me.
Okay, what about like the
hate in their
you know, the bigger threat?
They won't ever stop hunting me.
We gave you a
The
choice,
lack of spell
and you
slots that I
chose
have.
power, as your kind always does.
It's not that bad.
But I still have hope for you.
We did
that
save.
You will make a better choice. Will you stand against evil? Will you help
Do you
us
know the work I just
destroy
had to
this
put
monster?
in to turn him into a fucking ascended vampire? Are you kidding me?
I was about to say, like,
Then you are as much a monster as
I'm
him.
fucking worse than him, bitch. I don't know what you're expecting. Look at the state of me. Do you know how many words I have in my head right now? If you shook me, I would sound like a maraca. Jesus.
You sure would.
Right.
My boys are ready. Oh man.
Yes, here.
What did that even do?
He's over
Haha,
here now.
loser. You guys gonna target Astarion? This guy's got more HP than me now.
Oh, Gur is the name of their group.
Oh, okay. Astarion's just
That's
got
much
that kind
better-
of
that's
cunty
much
voice
better.
where he just makes everything sound like a fucking slur, so...
He's a cunty voice.
The shirt doesn't help either. The fit. You know
Not
what
wrong,
I'm saying?
not wrong. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Oh, psychic vulnerability. They're all psychic vulnerable. That's good to know. For later. Just walk over here.
Take two.
Oh, they suck. So your spell slots aren't looking pretty good, you said?
No, they're looking completely fine.
Okay.
We'll leave it for now. Which is
No
be a big
war
fluffy
crimes?
burden.
No, no, no. We have definitely committed some war crimes today. At least a couple.
Just a few as a little treat. Evil Druid is low-key scary as fuck, you think? Originally I tried to make her look really sweet, but we've kind of edited her to look a little eviler over time. And then eventually everyone had white hair, so I ended up changing my hair too.
It's pretty sick. Cannot lie. Don't you mass healing word? Dumb. Dumb. Oh yeah, I still have you.
Look, I had nothing to do with that fucking squirrel. I don't know who is saying these rumors. There was no squirrel and no explosions.
Oops. Nope. Never mind.
All right. What do you mean can't reach this destination? Oh, I'd have to move. I'm trying not to hit me. Perfect. Oh, that was great. When I can do this. Boom. Oh, how come I don't turn into a blood mist? I just turn into a fart mist. That's fucked up.
We can pretend it's red.
We'll put a filter over it. Some food dye.
Dude, you suck. Ooh. Yeah, Hell's just a little toot right now, but she's the cutest toot I've ever seen. Cutest, rootest, rootinest, tootinest? Yep. Oh, I thought that wouldn't hit you. It didn't say it would. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I can take it.
Take your...
Sorry.
No sorry.
Oh, that works. Actually, that's fine. Boom.
God damn. Good job.
And this one will run away on my right, then he'll get a little hitty hit. It'll be good. I'm credited as minion 3.
I like really badly want to cast Fireball. Will it let me? Yeah.
Nice! That was huge.
Hey, Q. Let's see, can I throw something at you or is that an action? Yeah, it is an action. Yeah, never mind. Let's see.
Yeah, Fireball was pretty hot. Get it?
I got it. I'm very smart.
At this
I
point, the
understand.
group be like, "Alright, guys, round up. We might have fucked up here." As if we would let them leave.
Uh-huh.
You think that's an option for them?
No. Bonk. Aw, what? Tech off. It almost didn't let me freaking cast that fireball. It was saying I had to move all the way forward. And then it was fine.
But
It
you
was weird.
pixel hunted.
I didn't even pixel hunt. I just went out of the casting thing and I went back into the casting thing and it was like, nope, you don't have to move anymore. I was like, okay. Damn.
Perfect.
That was really good.
Two crits in a row? Or are you fucking cheater?
We'll take 2 critical misses. We'll take the 2 crit misses with the 2 critical hits. Alright, this dude, you gotta go. You gotta go. There we go.
It's like a magic trick. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just hopped and turned into my normal form. What's this last one left?
What could I do? Oh, hold on.
I'm the cruel one. We just killed this guy's entire fucking team. He's the last one alive, surrounded by an ascended vampire, a spawn of Baal, and what do you call it? Like ex-Shard member or whatever. What, I can't remember the name of the fucking
Shar.
Ex-Shar member. And the witchiest witch to have ever lived, and you've made him dance.
He can't help it.
While we fucking slaughter him.
He can't help it.
He's not dancing anymore.
Aw. Well, it was fun while it lasted.
You just do that really quickly.
Ah, beautiful. It's not red down here anymore, too.
Ooh.
I can face anything now. Let's get back to the hunt.
You didn't have to say it like that.
And a bard who's way out of her depth, but she's super into it. True. Oh my god. Time to loot everybody. Ah, they're boring. They're boring. That's a little bit less boring, but still not the best. What did Olma have? Because I think she was the leader, right?
There's a great axe here if you want that.
I do like an axe.
It's a great axe.
The undead bane, you say. I'm not proficient with martial or great axes. I'll take it anyway.
Time to get proficient.
Time to wait for proficiency, I suppose.
Someone amassing so much evil power and the musician friend just trying to play the guitar.
I just wanna learn how to make people dance. Whether they want to or not.
And I'm the fucked
I'm like
up one.
I'm like slowly becoming more evil.
It's like a disease. It's very contagious.
Good. Cough in my mouth. Alright. You ready to bounce out of here?
Yeah, do you want a long rest before we do, or?
Probably. It's getting pretty late for you too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 11. It's not the worst. But I was going to say,
I just saw you yawn a second ago.
If you
So
have
it's like-
things to do, it's getting a little bit in the day for you because you probably need to get something to eat and stuff. Then it's an okay place to end it.
I do have to go and get some food and
Your
stuff. I
character
also
looks like she skipped some vaccines.
about you?
Yeah.
How dare you? That is the picture of health right there.
I'll do a quick rest. And then
She's never
maybe
been
just ready to go
healthier
for the
or
next
cleaner.
time. Oh wait,
Oh
someone
my
wants to
God.
speak to me? Who the Bro.
Oh, the lad.
You probably expect me to turn into a sea of mist, run wrong side up on roofs, and to call on legions of wolves in battle.
I mean, that'd be pretty sick.
I
This
wouldn't
will
judge.
happen in due time. But for now, patience is required. I hear the whispers of the night, but I can't yet speak its language. It's going to take a while to become acquainted with my new self.
Are you bound to Mephisto?
Mephistopheles has made a new monster, not bound a creature to his will. The rite was honored. The sacrifice is over. As you live with his gift for better or worse,
Good night, Robbie.
Now
Sleep
so
well.
am
Thank you for
I.
stopping by.
everything lies ahead. I can see my path to a waking dream.
Are you gonna dye your hair too now?
From the Crimson Palace, I will govern day and night.
He dyes his hair black. Everybody just like swaps.
Cast a fog over the world for my children. But first, we must manage the trifling matter of the brain. Perhaps it will listen to us. Perhaps it too will serve.
Vampires can have children in this world? Is this Twilight rules?
I don't want to rule together. I just want to rule. But all of these other responses are kind of ass. I don't care for the city. I'm probably going to set it on fire. Honestly, the brain, I don't fucking know. Because usually I would pick the evil option, but I don't even know what the evil option is. Because some people want it, like, you know, destroyed, and some people want it not destroyed. Oh, you can't trust the brain. I don't want to roll with you.
We shall see. Baldur's Gate is a city of opportunity like no other. And I don't intend to let one like this pass us by.
It makes sense that he means his vampire spawn, but that's a funny that's a funny thought. When a boy vampire and a girl vampire like each other very much. Oh my god. What a good sleep. I thought there was about to be a cutscene for a second because it took a hot second to get out of the dark screen.
Okay, so we did it. We did
it!
ascended
We
Astarion
killed Cazador!
and fucking turned Cazador into a bag of bones.
Mm-hmm. Next
Bro
up,
will not be getting up anytime soon.
as he shouldn't. He has big sleep. But next up is not Cazador, fucking Raphael.
Raphael, yes. Yes.
That'll be so good. Another phenomenal arc. Ah, I'm so excited.
I'm so excited.
I just can't hide it. Beautiful.
Alright, okay. I'm all saved and stuff, so I'm lagging. Ugh.
Beep.
No, I'm fine now. Okay, my love. Well, thank you so much for stopping by today. I really appreciate it. Honestly, I think it's getting easier to get back into this, even though we took like a little bit of a break. We just kind of balling. we're kind of
We're just-
chilling and stuff. Yeah,
just
we're figuring things
Kind
out.
of gamers.
Yeah, actually, it was very
Yeah,
fun
it's
today.
been good.
Rough battle, but we got there in the end, and I'm excited. People seem to be bigging up this Raphael battle, so it better be something good. A lot of people are talking about that. Yeah, incredibly hyped. Love that part so much. Yeah, So we shall see, because Raphael has been on my shit list for a hot minute, and it would be nice if we could take care of him.
Oh, we'll take care of him.
Now, I won't be here next week because I have a friend coming up, so I will not be here for like Tuesday until Friday. So, I do apologize.
What am I gonna do without you?
Thrive.
No! Suffer.
But no, it has been a pleasure, and I will miss you too, as well.
I will miss you, but I know you're gonna have a great time. You're gonna have so much fun. That's awesome that you have your friend coming. Of course, I will not be able to wait. I cannot wait to see you again and hang out with you. But it's always fun when a friend comes along to hang out and visit.
Yeah.
So have fun.
Thank you. We're gonna watch the Amazing Digital Circus thing in the.
Oh
in the
shit! Right, that's
cinema.
coming out.
Yeah, we're gonna go see that in the cinema. But because like he's up, we were like, okay, let's just make a thing of it because it's coming up from England, so might as well. It's like what's it?
I'm gonna be
4th?
looking up where that is playing.
You can go see it too, and it'd be like we're actually watching it together.
I'm gonna hold hands in my head.
Holding hands by osmosis or something. But yeah,
Beautiful.
okay. I will not yap too much. I will let you get off so you can get some sustenance and do some post-stream self-care and stuff. It is so warm. So I cannot imagine you being sat there while...
It is pretty warm, but we have the AC on. I am in comfortable clothes, so we're all good. But I do want to go and let the girls out to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I have to go to the bathroom myself.
No worries.
And then, yeah,
no
I gotta get
worries.
some food.
So, age-old question. Is there anyone in particular you'd like to raid today, or...
There is an adorable crow named X__hell__X who is currently streaming, and she's so cute, and I love her oh so much with all my heart. But if that is not your cup of tea, I am down for whoever you would want to go see it, my love.
There's someone I haven't raided in a hot minute that is currently alive. Doing some Forza.
Some Forza, you say? Oh!
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah. So we can
Does
go
it start
say
with
hello to-
S and
yeah,
end
yeah.
with Arkle
E?
and end with Parkle Abel?
Parkle Abel. Wait, starts with S, ends with
Ends
Par-
with
what happened to
Parkle
the second
Sable.
S?
Sorry, I fucked up. I'm tired and I have to pee. I'm distracted by my bladder.
Okay, go piss,
I
girl.
got rid
All
of-
right, yeah.
I got
I think we'll go say hello to Sparkle, playing some Forza. This game looks like an absolute meme, by the way. I've seen a bunch of clips of it, so I'm sure it'll be a really fun time for everyone. But once again, thank you so much for taking the time to play some Baldur's Gate 3 with me today. I do really appreciate it. You're very sweet, and it's always a pleasure to have you over here. I have really been enjoying this campaign with you, and I do not think I would be having nearly as much fun if I was doing it on my own. So, I say this every time, but thank you so much for playing it with me. Thank you so much.
The feeling is exceptionally mutual. I'm excited to finish the game with you. Because I'm not playing this game out of ours. So it'll be my first time finishing it, and I'm very excited.
Okay.
I'm very, very excited.
Let's
It'll be
go.
really cool.
Yeah.
You're amazing.
We'll see if we can get it done by the end of the year. No promises, but
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
we'll see what we can do.
Hey, if it takes until after the end of the year, then frick. You guys get to see more fun stuff with this game, which I don't think anybody's going to complain.
Yeah, no, I hope everyone is enjoying it.
And if you do complain, you're wrong.
Yeah, fuck your opinion. Who even has those?
Exactly. No opinion. No opinions. Mine matters the most. And my
So
opinion
true,
is that you're
Queen.
awesome.
Oh.
Yep. You get wrecked. You already agreed. Haha. Love you. Mwah.
I need to save scum the fuck out of this conversation. I fucked up.
It's too. You can't save scum in real life. It doesn't work. I've tried.
Alright, I will let you get
Oh
off
my
and get some
God.
food and stuff and do your pre-raid shenanigans. You enjoy the rest of your evening. Have some good food. Have a lovely time with the girls. And I will
You
hopefully see you
too.
super soon, okay?
I will see you super soon. Message me if you ever want to play games, even outside of stream. But until I see you next, have a good one. Have a fun time with your friend. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
I love you
Mwah.
too.
Bye-bye. Mwah.
Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, she's so cute. Look at her. Oh, there she goes. Never mind. Don't look at her, I guess. You cannot perceive. If you haven't already, I can't imagine there is no one here that has heard of her or is already not following, because that would be crazy. But that is Autumn. She is my wonderful witchy wife. I'm really happy she decided to play this game with me in the first place. I'm aware it's a lot. And then I was aware that she hadn't finished it herself. I thought she would, probably by the time we'd get to at least Act 3, she'd have probably finished it. But it looks like she stopped playing it solo for now. So we're going to experience the ending together. That's super sweet of her. So make sure you have gone and dropped her a follow. But for now, we are going to raid out. We are going to go and say hello to Sparkle today. Sparkle is playing some Forza Horizon 6. I don't think I've ever seen Sparkle play a driving game, so this is going to be really fun. Sparkle is super fun. Fucking Hammond! Sparkle is going to be super fun. So, yeah. Now, I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask Sparkle how their day is going. I'm sure she'd really appreciate the conversation. Just be on your best behavior, because I will be there, I'll be lurking, I'll be watching, and if anyone's a shithead, I will know. And you won't be welcome back here. But I'm sure that you guys are not going to be like that at all. You never really are, and I never have a problem, but it doesn't hurt to mention it, because, yeah. But, no, thank you guys so much for coming today. I hope you had a lovely time. I do plan on streaming tomorrow. I don't know what we're streaming. If anything changes, I'll let you guys know in the Discord ahead of time, as per usual. Obviously it depends on like the weather and if any existential circumstances come up, but stream should be good for tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming today. I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as I did. Your company was super nice, Overwatch was fun, and Baldur's Gate 3 was such a pleasure. Thank you to my chatters, thank you to my lurkers, thank you to anybody that came by in the raid today who decided to stick around and give me a chance. It means the absolute world to me, and I do really appreciate it, so thank you. But for now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always. Stay fucking cool. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay? Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.